of getting the holographic one. It could have made so much more money if people needed to buy a bunch of tubs to get the right card, but it wasn't about the money to me or Red. I don't really care. To be honest, who cares? But let's look at more evidence of this besides what she said on stream. The first message of mine, Shylily ghosted, was about another V-Card collab when the rules were updated. You asked to collab, right? The very next day on her stream, Shylily received a TTS message about my then upcoming AFK flavor. The first thing she did was that she had nothing to do. Wait, the first thing she said was she has nothing to do with my part ownership. Oh, because she's part owner. I guess we'll watch this.
Oh, because she is co-owner. That has nothing to do with me, bro. I don't have a saying in that. That shit has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me, bro. It's got nothing to do with me. That's gamer subs. And leave me out of that shit. Chloe is the invoice of senpai. Ah, bro, it ain't got nothing to do with me. Don't fucking stare at me. Those are all gamer subs' decision.
Free card starter box and might have taken advantage of the free shipping to get some additional stuff with code or
hey.
Okay. What's so crazy about that? She then says GamerSubs has been begging her to make a new flavor. She goes into almost 10-minute rant about how she's not all about the money, but she has a bunch of things lined up. She could release whenever she wants, but she's not like that. Pretty blatantly in contrast to the TTS message about me. And? What the fuck are you saying? She's more. You're saying she's greedy, not you? A no you again? Alright. Yada yada yada. Okay. Told her she highly suggests that right thing for me to do is give up my GamerSubs part ownership. And you did that, so you must have agreed to some degree, though. You must have agreed with her to some degree because you did that. Alright then. This is pure speculation. Pure speculation. Alright, well, I guess this is a long one. Jesus. 6 minutes? What the fuck? Alright, yeah, it's just about her stepping down. This hasn't happened yet, and I am not in a position to talk to GamerSubs about it to begin with either, right? Pure speculation. I highly doubt they would remove a flavor fully. I don't even think they would remove her, who shall not be named fully to begin with, as I'm not sure how much business knowledge any of you guys have, but any amount of partial ownership makes it difficult to just force someone to step down. They can step down willingly, which I highly suggest she does, if she has any ounce of guilt, regret, or anything, you know? And she would do it herself to protect others, to truly show that she cares about the others that have to forcefully associate with her alongside her, despite the damages she has caused in their careers. Not just morally and emotionally, but also financially. Like, you know, debuts can be expensive. If I had to guess where this is going, I think GamerSubs is kind of forced to wait for her to return. Pretty sure I'm certain or hope that she is currently far from the interwebs. Though currently there isn't really anything you can do, but if I had to speculate on a few options, that could happen when she comes back. Surrenders her shares, sells them at fair market value, so she can protect the people who no longer wish to be associated alongside a brand that supports her she was once the face of. Either she does this not only as a sign to show that she can and is bettering herself, and she's making decisions to start undoing some of the hurt by distancing herself from the one she has hurt, so they no longer have to associate alongside her forcefully, or she does the opposite, and we'll see. I don't know. Or she simply remains just an affiliate of the brand, not bigger name, not in anything, just part of the affiliation. I want to make this clear. I reached my decision to give up part ownership myself, and Shylily had nothing to do with my choice. But Shylily said this as if I needed to repent for the lies she and others told about me. I mean, if it's all lies, why did you leave? If there's not an ounce of truth to it, why did you step down? Come on now. Come on now. GamerSubs had nothing to do with anything that happened, but that didn't stop Shylily from telling her viewers that was what she wanted me to do. If Shylily really cared about the impact that my part ownership would have on GamerSubs, she would have considered handling things privately with me instead of being the driving force in making all these lies public. losing the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. She probably knew all this controversy about me could be a way to push me out of the company, all while keeping her own hands clean. It wouldn't look good for Shylily to go after the other GamerSupps owner, after all. Yeah, possibly. I honestly do think, yeah, there is probably something to be said about her trying to force you out. I don't doubt that. I still doesn't mean you didn't do bad shit, but I do kind of think that's Shylily's motivation, probably. I don't doubt that, but hey, it's just business, right? Sorry. 2 days after the stream on 5.1, Shylily couldn't help herself and made an announcement in the VCard production server where the staff and VTubers and artists developed the game, notifying everyone. She chose to involve over 70 people in the server in what happened personally. I don't have a screenshot of the Discord notification or the full message because it was deleted shortly after it was made. However, I have a screenshot of my notification history from that day when it happened, showing a part of what she said. Want to be featured? Okay, no. Hey crew, I know it's been a terrible fucking week. I hope you're all holding up. I'm not good with words, drama, and emotions and all the business, but just want to say I feel sorry for you guys dealing with the stuff that is none of yo business, probably. Yeah. And that was in the VCard's partners. Okay. Here's proof. Sure, I don't doubt it. At some point, she even took the time to go back and delete her reply to my part ownership announcement. Damn. Not only did Shylily admit to always having a bad feeling about me, but I believe Shylily had a problem with me because of my performance in GamerSupps. Yeah, no shit. I was now part owner, a title she exclusively held as a VTuber before me. Something unique to her. I would always be planning on launching things with GamerSupps, something she was unwilling to do, like she said on her stream on March 29th. She viewed that as a cash grab, as greedy, but I don't think being part owner was the problem. I think most importantly, she didn't like how enthusiastic I was about VCard and the role I was carving out for myself in it. Not only did I mistakenly give out information early about the VCard launch, like I showed in that last section, but mine became the most sought-after card in her game. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, you fucked up and gave out information you weren't supposed to early. Kind of cutting her, you were cutting the importance of her stream. But yeah, if that second part also happened, yeah, that's definitely gonna leave some that's definitely gonna hurt. I could see jealousy arising from that, perhaps, but I feel like this is a mutual jealousy. I feel like both were catty bitches who hate each other. Both had reasons to try and take the other down, and I guess you just had more skeletons in your closet, perhaps. We'll see. There's still a chance something comes out about Shylily, but so far, so good for her side, at least. The Charizard of VCard. Oh, the Charizard and Blastoids of VCard doing the... yeah, okay, it's the same shit we already saw. I called myself the Charizard to advertise myself in the game and advertise the cards themselves. Everyone knows Pokemon. Everyone knows Charizard. Okay, yeah. Okay, defense mode. Shylily didn't like me calling myself the Charizard. She didn't like the performance it gave me in her game. The GamerSupps did. Alright, yeah. This is from one of my GamerSupps contacts last December. We'll call them GS number 1. Yeah, okay, he's saying the Charizard. Alright. Charizard is set, sure. You become the VCard Charizard for sure. Like, it's going crazy. Alright. I'll be fair to her. Hey. Her calling herself Charizard isn't... I mean, it's still kind of cringe, but she's not the one who coined it, so... Fine. If someone else calls you Charizard, that's a little better. Alright, you've redeemed it slightly. I'll give you've redeemed it a bit. But, hey, she doesn't have to like it, though. She doesn't... Like, it's okay for Shylily to think that's cringe. That's fine. I don't think she's wrong in that. You're not necessarily wrong for using the word Charizard. She's not necessarily wrong for thinking maybe it's a little cringe. It's fine. You can both have your opinions. You can both be okay in this. The Sinder signed art card, first edition box topper V card, Rising Stars, $750. Wow. Set 2. Out of the very few VTubers not returning in set 2 of V card, I was one of them. However, that wasn't supposed to be the case. My 3 cards for set 2 were completed before I was canceled, and it was going to be a water type. I was told weeks after my cancellation that I had been removed from the lineup. Here's a cropped version of one of the card artworks that went unused. I may be wrong about this, but after I was canceled and removed, another VTuber who I didn't remember being a part of the set was able to be added and presumably fill my vacant water card slot. Alright, sure, we're moving on to Numi's concert again. Alright. The claim is about Numi's concert and her stream on 4/28. Like I said in the section about this, I was expected to talk about this in my apology. It was never mentioned in Nano's or Bao's documents, because why would it have been? It was about Numi, was not in one of my accusers. It was not one of the accusers. It was settled privately. Alright. The event was publicly used against me, especially by Shylily, and I already made an apology. I had no way to defend myself or tell my side of the story. Yeah, you had. Yeah, you did. You had your fucking document. You had your document. You have a fucking large streaming platform. What do you mean you can't tell your fucking story? It was vaguely talked about without ever showing any evidence to support the narrative. Just tell your story. Just make a fucking YouTube video. Put out a YouTube video. Whenever the fuck you want. Just saying, here's my side. You could have done that at any time. You have plenty of platform. This fucking 1,000-page Google Doc is proof you have plenty of platform. The fact that you're able to come back to streaming shows you have plenty of I can't speak. Shows you have plenty of platform. Don't pretend you don't have a platform. Over half a year planning, yada yada. Okay. I don't really care about the exacts of the Numi's concert is like whatever. Fuck it. I don't care. Let's say you're right on that. Honestly, fuck it. Let's say you're right on that. I don't want to go into all this. Who cares? Who cares about the Numi concert, bro? Jesus. You can see the pictures that look like the image of the concert on Numi's own tweet, including the stage lights. Like, okay, sure. I don't think you faked going. Sure. Numi stream again on... Oh, wait, this is Numi stream. Okay. The main thing I want to look at from Numi stream is her retelling of what happened between us leading up to the concert in 2/1, February 1st. Below is the full transcript of everything she said about it, so you can see it in full context. I'll be breaking down, oh my god, the boulder parts under that. One thing that needs to be clarified is that Numi had 2 concerts at the start of the year, about a week apart from each other. She had one in LA on the 26th, and one in New York City on February 1st. I was only ever intended to perform at the NYC one. In what she said below, it sounds like she refers to both of them at different points, but never clarifies which show she's talking about. Alright. This is the entire, I guess, thing that Numi says about what happened. I'm not reading all that. The Numi thing is such a small part of this. Because it's also, keep in mind, she said the Numi thing is not in the fucking Google Docs. It's not in Nano's doc. It's not in Bao's doc. As far as I know, it's not in Sacramore's doc. I keep thinking Sacramore has a doc. Maybe they don't. But it's not in any of the docs. Maybe it's in Shylily's. Did Shylily have a doc? Maybe Shylily just responded on Twitter and then responded on stream. I don't know. But this isn't that important. You don't have to do all this. You know you can give very small responses and still have a pretty big impact. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip this part. Okay, Nanoless's lies speculation. Throughout this document, I've been basing my argument on the assumption that Nano didn't share the full story of what happened between her and Red to Shylily, my friends, and the public, and instead lied to save her ass, as Shylily would say. Why, though? Here is what led me to believe this was the case. Nano had Shylily on her side from the start because she was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated. No matter the story she told or little evidence she showed, Shylily would back Nano up to my friends. That's an assumption. But possibly. I mean, Shylily already doesn't like you. If Nano had beef with you, yeah, this just goes hand in hand, sure. Nano couldn't go to Bao herself. Yeah, why are we cycling? Why are we cycling? We're looping. You've already said all this shit. Exclusivity, yeah. Nano blamed all the past cancellations on us under the assumptions, excuse of years of manipulation. That did happen though. All of my friends, including Shylily, were saying this was that all this was happening over years. 2023, 2024, 2025. That fits the definition of over years. Going on for so long when nothing was. They all used the timeline to support their belief that there was no way I didn't do anything. Okay. And I know that for so many people to be affected that it was the right decision to do, said Bao. If my friends had the full story, yeah, okay, yeah. They're all lying about you, sure. The decision to make things public was left up to Bao, and if she didn't say anything, no one else would. That I don't think is true. That I don't think is true. If Bao didn't go forward, they just would have went forward without Bao, I think. Even though all the alleged evidence and wrongdoing was in Nano's DMs, who claimed she was the victim of abuse, manipulation, and sabotage of the victims for years, she wasn't going to make a statement on her own. That could be a lie. Red asking Nano to work with Spite, to not work with Spite, wasn't shown. So what? Why? You'd think it's for her sabotaging other creators. I believe it wasn't shown because Red didn't manipulate Nano to do it. Okay. Red asked her, and Nano gladly and willingly. But you say the same thing about Bao. You say the same thing about the others she did cancel. You said this, yeah, you say the same thing about the others, but the others were included. So that doesn't make sense why Spite was specifically not included. That's dumb reasoning. Do you not understand how that doesn't work? Nano replied to Silvervale's document saying, I literally can't believe this, as if she didn't know exactly how and why Silvervale's model was really canceled. If my friends had seen everything, they would have known Nano was guilty of doing this herself. Sure. Bao's document doesn't crop out. Okay, you're cycling, you're looping. Let's get to the fucking points. It's plausible Nano shared more of her DMs with Shylily than the rest of my friends since she helped Nano put her document together, helping her lie. Even though she claimed she was a victim, Nano didn't hesitate to post the most recent artwork I commissioned from her only 2 days after she posted her document. Okay. I mean, do you not want this art? Maybe you don't. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's a waste. She says she doesn't want to waste it. It would be a waste to not put that out there, no? Shylily's manipulation speculation. Shylily was involved in everything from the start and came out of this a hero. There isn't a lot of hard evidence of it, but due to her actions and the things she said, I believe she may have manipulated everyone and how everything played out. She seemed to have a lot of knowledge of how a narcissistic manipulator would act. So let's look at her actions. This is, again, the no you defense. We're gonna, again, go over the same shit we already went over. Shylily lied to Nano, manipulated her to believe she'd been lied to and manipulated by Red. So you didn't lie and manipulate Nano, Shylily did. Shylily most likely wrote Nano's document. Let's disbelieve Shylily's, let's disbelieve Nano's own words. We can also just ask Nano, you know, did you write your document? On her stream, Shylily said she was afraid of how I'd manipulate my way out. Yeah, you're right now trying to manipulate. This document, the last document, all prove you are very sneaky. You are very sly. You are trying to, or at least you think you're sly. Red especially thinks he's like super sly. Because your constant way of trying to worm your way out of shit, being like, I didn't explicitly say this, I didn't mean to infer this, I didn't mean to imply this, I didn't mean to insinuate this, I didn't explicitly say these exact words, therefore I am not guilty of anything. Shylily was the one to back up Nano's story and false claims of manipulation about and the rest of the. Okay, you have no proof. You have no proof. You keep saying, basically, you're saying, Shylily lied, Nano lied, but I'm not going to present any real like evidence of that. I'm just going to say I believe this. I'm going to speculate they lied. Shylily convinced Numi I lied to her in a private conversation about her concert and blamed the things I did on Shylily. Shylily could have used this event to justify to my friends why they shouldn't talk to me. On stream, she said they tried to talk to me once. Yeah, alright. Shylily was the one who seen me as greedy and jealous. You were greedy and jealous. Shylily's reply to my apology starts with manipulating the public to distrust everything I wrote, and the rest is filled with lies to turn everyone against me. Even if she didn't do this, it was still going to happen. On stream, Shylily basically told her chat that they're stupid if they don't blindly agree with her and her retelling of events, and that I'm narcissistic. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. She did call you a narcissistic manipulator, yes. I don't think she called her chat stupid. This started because Shylily lied and manipulated Nano. Okay, why should we believe you? Why is it when people say you, like when Nano herself says you lied and manipulated to her, we shouldn't believe it. But when you say someone else lied and manipulated Nano, now we're to believe it? Who do we believe? Someone talking about themselves, or you talking about two other third parties? Someone talking about themselves in a situation they were in, or you talking about two other third party people? My friends in the public wouldn't have had any reason to distrust. Shylily didn't like me for her own reasons. That's probably true. Wanted to hurt me because of what was said about Bao and Nano's DMs with Red. She thought everyone together manipulated things along to turn everyone against me. She brought everyone together. Okay. Then admitted on stream to all the slander. Quote unquote. The reward for lying. Oh. After lying about our years of working together, Nano was rewarded with over 50,000 followers on Twitter, a waifu cup with gamer subs, a makeshift plushie, everyone in the world wanting to work with her, the support and praise of the biggest VTubers out there, and endless sympathy for everything she endured while working with me. She got a plushie. She got a cup. Shylily not only replaced me in my own friend group, but as the hero of the story, she gained the biggest and most consistent growth in her viewership after canceling me out of everyone involved. I'm the greedy one, but Shylily didn't miss the opportunity to capitalize on her new hero status a week after she tore me apart on the stream and drop her limited edition blowhole blast. What is she supposed to do? Go on hiatus with you? Nano and Shylily lied to each other, then lied together, each for their own reasons. Nano to avoid any accountability for her actions, and stay in the good graces of Shylily and friends, and Shylily to get revenge for Bao and take out someone she didn't like, and admittedly never did. They both gained the most out of doing this, and possibly never knew they lied to each other's faces for their own ends. So they were lying at each other's faces, and they both just happened to work together, or maybe they both know something's bad about you. Like, for your story to be true, Nano lied to Shylily. Shylily lied and manipulated Nano. They both lied and manipulated each other. Then they, together, lied and manipulated to your friends. Then all your friends got together and conspired against you. That's what we have to. That's what's required to believe your side of things. For the other side, all that we have to believe is you and Red are assholes who are greedy, jealous assholes. You and Red are greedy, jealous assholes who behave narcissistically. And you're finally getting called out for your behavior by everyone who's surrounding you. That seems a lot easier to believe, honestly. Anyway. Now Shylily may have replaced me as Nano's new Sinder. Judging by what they're actively working on together, they could have made my point for me any better. So what? The model looks very similar to yours, I guess? It's the same artist. It's gonna look somewhat similar, no? The proportions are somewhat similar. She got fatter thighs. Bigger breasts, I guess, you know? But it's the same artist, so it's like the proportions are very similar. Skeb with Shylily. Okay. Sorry. I've been sitting in the spot for fucking ever. Gotta get up a little bit. Alright. We're almost done with this section. But then comes a longer section. There's one last thing I want to show to really cover all my bases. I didn't know where else to put it, so I've added it here. I asked Shylily if I can get a skeb of us together after it was delivered. I intentionally Waited about 3 weeks to send it to her so I could post it closer to my original VTuber debut date that I was preparing for a year and a half. I messaged Shylily about getting a skeb together in January. This was our first time talking privately, but we were interacting on Twitter back and forth for a couple of weeks before this. Okay. One of the first things Shylily ever privately said to me was that our themes together reminded her of, I guess, these Pokemon. Groudon and Kyogre? I don't know. Even though she made this comparison, it's not like she'd ever portray herself in a fight sequence that themed... Okay, what? What's your point? I know how long a project like this takes to complete, and even though I'm sure Shylily had a story she wanted to tell, someone else was credited with writing this lore video. I just find it ironic that it happened. The skeb was delivered in May, and this is after the drama, I guess. I sent Shylily the completed artwork on the 19th, 2 days before my debut. Okay. Damn, you guys are friends since 2022? Or at least vaguely aware of each other? Okay. By the time the artwork was posted, it had been just shy of 6 months since the skeb was placed. A skeb page. Okay. But where's my mouse? There we go. Alright. Since I just talked about the skeb with Shylily, I might as well address this too. For years, the skebs I had gotten with people have been held against me as if I were using people I got them with for clout. Shylily's skeb was the only one that I held off on giving her to post right before my debut, but that wasn't my intention when it was ordered that January. I was ordering skeb artwork from January 2021 to January 2023, and about 3/4 of my skebs were ordered before my original debut in 6/25/2022, before I was an actual VTuber with a model. I got skebs for fun, to show up thanks to people, to grow my existing friendships, and to have art to post on Twitter, while I waited for my debut to be ready. Every VTuber I'd gotten a skeb together with was either with someone I was actively working with, had already worked with, or was someone who I was already friends with or acquainted with at the time I ordered them. I asked everyone for their permission to get one beforehand, except for the few cases it was a surprise meant to be for a gift for someone. As far as I remember and can tell by financial files, I paid for all of these myself, including Shylily's, and never expected anyone to chip in. This is every skeb I ordered, with about half of them being myself. The censored skebs below are not safe for work. There are 2 skebs with Tricky and Aruuu that didn't show up on this page that I've shown below this instead. Alright. And, I guess, what's your point? Alright, we got a conclusion. We got a conclusion. We got a long conclusion. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna have to take a break after this conclusion. Alright, let's see. Alright. In conclusion, in Bao's section, Red explained his grudge against Bao that led to his and Nano's exclusivity deal. Does it matter explaining why Red held things against Bao that he told Nano about, or explaining that I only treated Bao differently because of Red's feelings towards her? No. But since this was all made public, it had to be explained. What both of us did was wrong, and we should have addressed the problem when we could have. But it matters how Red got his conclusion about Bao. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't fucking matter. Fuck you. I love how they do this, like, I fucked up. But she can't help herself. She literally can't help herself. She can't just close on a I fucked up. It has to be I fucked up. But guys, the context and this and this and these other people are to blame too. It's like, just fucking take accountability. This is why people don't like you. Red couldn't see the whole situation around Bao and Sakamura any other way. After Sakamura went exclusive, Red pieced together the every action he experienced and noticed from Bao to corroborate a story based on assumptions and a pattern of behavior that made perfect sense to him. He ignored any of the good things that Bao had done. Now thinking she was being fake about everything, he didn't contact Bao about any of this. at all to verify his story. He was angry at her and made... I don't care how he felt. I don't care why he did it. Does he apologize? Is he sorry? I don't fucking care why he did it. So what Red did was piece together an assumed story about someone from observations and experiences with them after something negative happened regarding them, adding up to a supposed pattern of behavior. Yeah, okay. Focus solely on all the negative things that happened, which all became part of a conspiracy. Sure. Never contacted the person to find out the truth of the story. Yeah. Took retaliatory action against the person in response to what it was assumed they did. The story about the person turned out to be wrong to begin with. Well, couldn't Bao and my friends have done the same thing? Well, you're working with someone who's doing this exact same thing. And covering for them, for the most part. And pretending like you hold no accountability. And, yeah, you do kind of seem to refuse to take accountability for almost anything, but... maybe. I guess it's technically possible. They heard what Nano and Shylily were telling them, saw select screenshots of Red's messages with Nano, and assumed there couldn't be any other way but me knowing and agreeing with everything Red said and did. They used their combined experiences with us to back up their theory, were convinced of my motives by someone other than myself, and corroborated a pattern of behavior. No matter what I'd done for them and what we did together in the past, everything was now seen as an act to use or betray them. None of them contacted me at all to verify their claims and instead jumped to conclusions. They were mad at me for what they were already convinced I did and were probably told I'd manipulate my way out of it. Then they took action against me that they thought I deserved in return by writing and posting their documents to the public. Maybe. Alright. My friends made their decisions with the information they were given. They were quick to assume that everything Red said were my shared thoughts, but they weren't. My friends never saw Red and I argue, didn't know where we lived, never knew I cheated on Red. I like how you use this as like a point for yourself. You're like using the fact that you cheated on him as a point for yourself. That's fucking weird. And couldn't have known how our relationship was beyond what they saw during the half a dozen times we traveled every year. They decided this was the culmination of some long series of wrongs that I've committed against them to further myself. I'm not a perfect person by any means, but the claim that everything I've ever done with my friends for them, shared with them, felt with them, was all fake, is wrong and unbelievable. Where are any of the screenshots of me bad-mouthing, backstabbing, sabotaging them? They are not rungs on a ladder to me to surpass. I've never had real friends until I found them. The screenshots are all over the place. You included the screenshots in this document. What do you mean, where are the screenshots? Come on now. Well, I guess you're going to pull the thing where it's like, it's not me doing it, it's Red doing it. Alright. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. Okay. And you're still with that guy, and he's still your manager. So what did you actually learn? They used their status in the community as some of the biggest VTubers around, ambushing me in the middle of the night to publicly out the person they were falsely convinced was some kind of evil mastermind. But you're the one claiming that fucking Nano is an evil mastermind, though. They all did this together, so no one was going to question their group's corroborated story. It was okay to ruin me and ignore our history together because they were convinced they were doing it for the sake of friendship. If you ask questions or ask for more evidence, you were banned, blocked, silenced, because how dare you question those grieving in this difficult time? Public wouldn't have known any better unless I gave the full context of what really happened in this document rather than what was vaguely told to them through the recollection and hurt feelings. Bao lost out on a VTuber model with Nanoless, the artist who wanted to cancel in the first place. Convinced her it was my fault. Red certainly, okay. You and Red, mostly Red, did encourage it though. So you can't keep doing this. You can't keep pretending like, no, the artists did it all on their own. I decided to pull out of my unplanned performance in Numi's concert because of my own anxieties, and I was a bad friend when I made the choice initially not to be there for her. I lost my friends, my career, countless opportunities, and my reputation to millions of people who had been has been ruined permanently. My name has been dragged through the dirt and has become an insult synonymous with insincerity and betrayal. I'm avoided being spoken of like I'm VTuber Voldemort now, and some people are pretending like I never existed. These things are not equal. The damage my friends have inadvertently caused to me is irreparable, immeasurable, all over conjecture, lies they were fed, things I never knew happened, and opinions I did not agree with. Whether they knew the truth or not, they are all perpetuated lies about me to the public, and my life has been forever altered because of it. Despite all of it, I still forgive them. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, this is why people hate you. You take an apology fucking document and you turn it into, I forgive you all. No, no, no. I forgive you guys. How dare you? Jesus Christ. Fucking insufferable narcissism. Fucking insufferable. Numi said on her stream that talking about things is always the better option. The pivotal thing my friends didn't do was talk to me or read about anything, never hearing what we had to say about Nano's and Shylyly's claimed. Even Bao on her stream was left questioning the motive behind things. You didn't talk to Bao though, you did the exact same thing. Everything that happened circles back to poor communication from everyone. It's everyone's fault. You see, it's not my fault, it's everyone's fault. Classic narcissist. Classic narcissist, never able to take accountability. Yeah, I can't be at fault because there's always someone else to blame. It's always someone else. Oh, you're blaming me? Well, everyone else is at fault too. Red's at fault too. I didn't do it. No, Bao could have did something. You know, it's like, it's always something. It's always, you can't just say, I'm sorry, I fucked up. Here's what I did wrong. Here's what I'll do better. You can't just do that. It's so simple. It's so simple, yet they can't do it. Both Red and I didn't communicate with Bao about his problems with her in December 2024. I didn't communicate with Numi about performing at her concert, how I felt about it before I canceled on her. If there were any, or were ever really any problems with Nano had with us, she never communicated. I like how you're not going to admit to pressuring her or manipulating her in any way, though. Numi didn't communicate with me about her concert, only trying to plan things through Red and confided in Bao about how she felt about me canceling. Bao didn't communicate with me about her feelings of isolation, only expressing those feelings to Numi privately. Shylily didn't communicate with me. I love what it's all about. It's mostly about other people not doing stuff for you. It's mostly about other people not doing stuff for you. Jesus. Shylily didn't communicate with me about the problem, whatever problem she had with me, and resorted to petty actions instead. No one communicated with me or Red before choosing to make everything public, ending in my cancellation. So, conclusion on Bao section. No one communicated with me. What the fuck? Why is no one communicating with me? I'm a victim. Fuck you. But despite it all, I forgive you. Fuck you. Alright, here's where we get to the part. The conclusion. Nano is a evil mastermind. Alright. Already the first sentence, too. I don't think Nano's actions didn't start out malicious. Double negative. She wanted to find out if what Red said was true, and Shylily used that against me. I do not believe Nano ever wanted the full true story of what happened between her and Red and I with my friends. Instead, she chose to protect herself in life. So you do think Nano started out malicious? Or didn't you? This is weirdly phrased from the start. The second sentence makes it sound like you didn't think she was malicious at first, but then the third sentence makes it sound like you did think she was malicious at first. I don't know. It's hard to believe that Nano put her own document together, and it's heavily evidenced that Shylily did. Nano sat back and let Shylily take the wheel for her after knowingly lying about what happened between us. When you consider what that Nano's and Bao's documents were planned together and posted simultaneously, it was on purpose to put my betrayal of my friends first and foremost, even though Nano said she didn't care about Bao. Again, you're such a fucking snivelly fucking worm. She didn't care about Bao's commission at the time. She valued your relationship with her over a commission with Bao. That's what she didn't care about. She's not saying, I don't give a shit whatsoever about this person named Bao. Fuck that person. That's not what she's saying. And you really seem to be holding to that desperately. Desperately. Every time someone says anything, you are fighting the urge to just spam that image over and over again. After viewing the entirety of Red's DMs with Nano and having the full context of their conversations, it's very clear that Nano's entire document was maliciously and deceptively written to push a false narrative to the public on which everyone else's claims could be based on, while using emotionally triggering language in its accusations throughout. With the biggest VTuber, Shylily, supporting her, no one would question Nano's claims, even my friends. When put under scrutiny, there were so many details purposely left out, giving the freedom to tell whatever story they wanted that the DMs that were shown vaguely supported. The screenshots from conversations over 2 years presented out of order, missing context, mixed and matched to fit a narrative, even going as far as to boldly edit a screenshot to remove a message. You're like, that's so bold! Yeah, but we still don't have a motive for why they would do that. Even if it was Shylily, we still don't have a motive for why Shylily would do that, though. And it didn't change anything. Whether they include that boldly edited, like, message or not, it didn't actually change anything. Like, it doesn't, the same, like, the important parts of that message are all there. They didn't take out anything important. Claims were made without evidence, the straight-up lies were told, meant to be believed by the public who wouldn't know any better. Some of the claims in Nano's document don't even match the screenshots provided as evidence, just like your document here. It's like no one actually read the screenshots provided and either just read what was written or just listened to the large voices telling them what they said happened. This document was falsely written to paint Nano as a victim who had no agency interactions without showing any of her guilt, and Red and I as evil, manipulative people who only want to use Nano for her own gain, sabotaging every project she's ever canceled, cherry-picking exactly what they needed to be shown to make the case. Everyone was told that everything in Red's messages had to be my thoughts and feelings as well, for all blame to be put on me. As if he isn't his own person. Right. It's almost like everyone fucked up except you. Everyone fucked up except you. The only thing you did wrong was trust people. And you weren't communicated with. It's like, you know what it feels like? It feels like when in a job interview, when they ask you what's your greatest weakness, you'd be like, my greatest weakness is I trust too easily, to a fault. And my other greatest weakness is I expect that others will communicate with me. So sometimes I have some communication issues. So it's like, your worst faults are other people's problems. Like, your worst issues are that other people suck. And you want to claim you're not the narcissist? Come on. Only 3 total screenshots of my own words from 2 conversations over a year apart from each other were shown. The only manipulation here was to the evidence in Nano's document and to the public's perception of me. Neither of us sabotaged any VTubers. Oh, let me scroll down a little bit. Neither of us sabotaged any VTubers projects with Nano. As you've seen from our messages, we've always praised Nano for the work she did with others. I've always supported my model sisters, and I platformed them myself on my stream, even if I could understand the reason behind Red saying more Nano models means less special. Oh yeah? What happened to Bao's model? What was the whole thing about Red saying, hey, we could find her a new model mommy? What was that about? That's what you would say, oh no, that was Red doing it. Again, pawning everything off on him. In the case of the exclusivity deal in January 2025, Red asked Nano not to work with Bao, Cotton, or Silvervale. Nano said she had a model plan with Bao that he didn't know about before, and Bao probably didn't know about either. We don't know that. You're speculating. Nano offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for payment of her own model's rigging. They negotiated and made a deal that was never shown to the public. To argue that Nano was manipulated in any way is crazy. It's not. It's not crazy. Because they made a deal once, that means you guys never manipulated her? That's not how that works. Nano was just as complicit in their deal. The deal's not the end-all be-all of everything that happened, you fucking moron. The deal is not your entire multi-year relationship. The deal was one part of it, and kind of the end part of it, really. She had no problem asking him about, talking about drama around Bao and her document she claimed she wanted nothing to do with, and then offered to cancel Bao's model herself and had nothing. Yeah, you guys did nothing. Yeah, Red did nothing. Red did nothing. He didn't encourage things. He didn't selectively encourage things. He didn't selectively discourage things. He didn't, like, support her putting more Sinder things up. Nah, Red is entirely innocent. You're entirely innocent. In fact, you guys did nothing wrong. Fuck you. I had nothing to do with this. Of course not. I had no knowledge until the documents were posted. Red and Nano are the only two people that could have told me about this, and neither of them did. Yeah, it's everyone else's fault. The communication just wasn't there. There's nothing to show for it because it didn't happen. I can't prove a negative. Yeah, but the other people already proved the positive. You can't prove a negative, but the other people already proved the positive, so you're fucked. Nano lied and pushed her story, or pushed all of her agency of her actions onto Red. That sounds very familiar, doesn't it? It should for you. Because that's exactly what you did. You're lying and pushing all your agency onto Red. Then Shylily and my friends took Red's agency away from him and his actions and then blamed everything either one of them did on me. Oh, okay. Sure. Nano used us as a scapegoat for her canceling Bao's model when she was the one who wanted to do it in the first place. Why did she want to do that? Because Red encouraged her to do Sinder work. Because she wanted to be Sinder, because like she wanted to be special. She wanted to be Cinder's artist. She wanted to do Sinder only work, ideally. Because she was encouraged to do so. Because she was getting paid money to do so. She was getting paid good money to do so. She was being manipulated to be like, your future depends on being Sinder only. She canceled Silvervale's and Cotton's models in November 2023, blamed it on us, and then she said she was going to take Silver's model back. She didn't because she was healthier and less stressed. She canceled 7 models in September 2024, avoiding accountability for herself and implying to those clients that it wasn't her fault, it was my fault. I don't know if the 10 canceled projects talked about in Red's DMs with Nano was everything she ever canceled or everything she blamed us for with our document, but it's all he ever knew about. Nano was clearly capable of thinking for herself and always in control of her own business decisions. Are you sure? I don't know. Things seem like, from what I've seen, it seems almost like she's like there, but she's not like she needs help. She needs a little help to like handle business stuff. Hence her going to her friends. Hence her getting the Akira guy. Hence Shylily helping her out. It seems like she's there, but she needs help. She repeatedly overextended herself, overbooked too many projects she couldn't handle, and again, if Nano was able to cancel on some of the biggest VTubers out there, bigger than me, she could have chosen to cancel plans with us or stopped working with me altogether. If she really felt that way. But you guys were a bigger client. You guys were her biggest clients, so. Yeah, you guys kept saying you could cancel with us, but you guys were her bread and butter. If she canceled on you guys, she'd be out a lot. So when you guys are talking about like, oh, maybe we'll go to someone else, that's actually a pretty big threat for her. Especially when she already canceled shit, so like, she's already made some bad blood with some other VTubers who could potentially be her future clients. But not once did she. Instead, she said she just wanted to do Sinder stuff completely in a vacuum. Not at all in the DMs of someone who was encouraging it all the way for multiple years. Totally. We didn't hold any power over Nano. Lie. Like fucking blatant lies. You guys think you didn't hold any power over her. You guys had zero ability to sway her. You didn't have any influence whatsoever. Fucking lie. We didn't threaten her, we didn't blackmail her, and we didn't manipulate her. Lies. All lies. Yeah, lie. We were her most loyal, supportive, sympathetic, and repetition clients. Yeah, you said that when you were manipulating her. We genuinely cared about her and she knew it. Apparently not. Even if Nano genuinely had anything against us. How about, why will you never entertain the part where it's like, maybe Nano genuinely believes you manipulated her. Maybe you didn't. You could argue you didn't manipulate her, but you could see how she might believe you did. Why is that not even remotely possible? Why is that not even remotely discussed by you? For you, there's two options. The options are Nano lied, or, well, I guess it's just, that's it. That's the only option to you. Nano lied, or Shylily encouraged her to lie, or like Shylily is manipulating her. Something's happening, like she's not telling the truth. That's the only option in your story, apparently. Even if she generally had anything against us, the way the document explains, which she never ever showed or expressed, she could have aired grievances with us and parted ways, evidenced by her acceptance of Akira's messages, but instead she found herself in this situation. Why do you think she felt pressured to the point where she had to go find someone like Akira to help her exit this business relationship? Maybe she did need help. Maybe she needed someone to help her with this. It sounds like it. But instead she found herself in this situation, but as soon as it was advantageous for her to do so, she conspired to cut all contact with us. She conspired! And to use us as a scapegoat for her own actions under the guise of abuse after one conversation with Shylily. It didn't matter who we were to her, just that we'd been caught without blaming us. We would have been caught without blaming us and using the manipulation excuse. She would have been caught. What would she be caught for? Canceling? Damn, this artist canceling people. Oh no, cancel her. What? No, she was not afraid of being caught. She just wanted away from you guys. She carved a path to the best outcome possible for herself and came out of this with more support than ever. As stated in this artist's now deleted tweet, Nano removed herself from direct conversation and used emotional language to attack and rally rather than actually caring about fixing the problem. Who tweeted this? Okay, so some random artist said this. What is this supposed to be proof of something? Wow, cool picture, bro. Nano has shown herself to be an entirely self-serving and opportunistic person pretending to be meek whose words mean nothing. Is it possible? Hey, idiot. Is it possible she's not actually just meek? Can't do business dealings alone? Doesn't speak English perfectly well? And therefore needed help with addressing this toxic business relationship that she found herself in? Because she didn't know how to get her way out of it? So therefore she had to talk to friends, she had to talk to others, she had to get Akira to help her out, she had to talk to Shylily. And is it possible she genuinely felt that she was in a bad, toxic business relationship and wanted out of it, but didn't know how to, maneuver the business ways herself? Why is that not even remotely possible? Not even remotely a possibility to you? Probably because you know that's the truth. You know that's the truth, but you know that also would suggest you guys are bad people to work with. Given the opportunity to further herself or gain something to her benefit, even at someone else's expense, at the biggest VTuber's expense, or even at the expense of people as supportive as we were to her, she'll take it. Okay, yeah. She's the evil mastermind. The meek, non-English speaking artist is actually an evil mastermind fucking manipulating the entire fucking internet onto her side. Yeah, okay. That's what we're supposed to believe. The public was lied to about what really happened between us, myself, Red, and Nano. Nano wasn't manipulated. She wasn't a victim. She didn't betray Bao or any of my other friends. Or I didn't betray Bao or any of my other friends. Nanoless betrayed me, and in the end, I was nothing to her. It was really just business to Nano. Ha! You're trying to turn it around. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. Come on, Sinder. That's pathetic. You're trying to turn the meme around. It's not going to work. Red and I were most supportive, loyal clients over 4 years. Oh, I thought this wasn't happening over years. Paying for her to be taught how to cut arts for model rigging in the first place. Giving her over $100,000 to buy her new house. Building her careers side by side. And this is now how she thanked us. Yeah, this is how you manipulated her. This is how you got her to basically do things that an artist shouldn't be doing. Giving you private info. She felt like she owed you so much that she couldn't say no to you guys. And you guys kind of were trying to be like, no, you can say no, but we might have to go to other people. We might have to do something else. We might have to draw back like what we're getting from you. Like, you were fucking manipulating. You know you were. Over those 4 years. You were manipulating her. But you don't want to admit it. Because it makes you look bad. You just don't want to admit it. She will continue to be supported by the people she worked with to cancel me and by the people that want her artistic talent. Yeah. I will continue to use my art and models from Nanoless until they can be replaced. Cool. Yeah, no shit, I guess. Well, I guess you could wait until you get new models. I guess you could, but... In conclusion, Shylily. This is a smaller section than I thought. Alright. I used to look up the Shylily, but now I don't know how anyone can. The L she holds on her forehead must stand for liar. Because Shylily was the first person to do so. What? To lie? She had her own grudges against me before all this started, and in true narcissistic fashion, she lied to and manipulated Nano to avoid accountability, turning her against me. Okay. I don't know. So far, it looks more like you lied and manipulated Nano. And you lied to everyone else trying to avoid accountability. That's what it seems like. She's Shylily. So of course Nano was going to believe anything she said. Why didn't she believe you guys? Why didn't Nano believe you guys? If you guys had such a good relationship. If everything was so good, why didn't she believe you guys? The only thing done to Shylily was that Red dared to speak about what she was guilty of doing, and thought we'd have to consider her competition for her petty, unwarranted behavior towards me. She still expected her own section of my apology though, so as if I had anything to apologize to her for other than not knowing she was talking about. Not knowing she was talked about. She probably just wanted a concession from me for some narcissistic sense of victory. Shylily wants to claim she sucked at Discord, and that Boska told me that Shylily rarely uses Discord, only for business meetings. Like, this is petty shit. Why are you even going into this right now? I guess that part was true because this was all just business. Wow, haha, you're saying the thing again. Just business. Just business. She had no problem using, understanding, navigating, organizing, communicating with a dozen or so more people in Discord consistently over 2 weeks when it came to canceling me, but for some reason didn't have the balls to respond when I tried to resolve things between us. From my own experience, her sucking at Discord is an excuse to avoid accountability for her. It's weird how everyone except you is avoiding accountability. Everyone except you is avoiding accountability. Everyone except you is an evil mastermind. Everyone except you is lying. That's really convenient. Everyone except you, well, I guess you kind of said maybe you communicated badly. But it's all these other people who communicated badly more than you. Isn't that weird? To avoid accountability for her to not put in the time and energy to talk to people she doesn't feel are worthy of her time, including her friends, something I was attacked for. I'm confident Shylily wrote Nano's document for her, used Bao as an emotional centerpiece, and told whatever story she wanted to tell. She hid behind the scenes and kept her hands clean of involvement, staying out of the drama until it came time to dunking on my tweet, making sure I'd stay down. She became the hero defender of her friends and turned me into the villain. She projected her own actions of behavior of narcissism, manipulation, jealousy, and avoided accountability onto me. And convinced all of my friends of it too. Why were all your friends so easily convinced? Why, if she's the master manipulator, why were all these people so ready and willing to believe you are a lying asshole? Is it possibly because you are actually a lying asshole and it's very easy to believe that? While manipulating everyone to believe everything I've ever said was me lying through my teeth with words like honey. She threw her morals out the window, lied, and claimed I was trying to deplatform them when Shylily was the one eager to deplatform me. Shylily is deathly afraid of losing relevance, and she gladly conspired to take out the person she felt she was losing relevance to in her own passion project, and pushed my cancellation to be done as soon as Bao was out of surgery with Nano's career-ending evidence. No one was going to distrust Shylily's word or side against her. Her celebrating my cancellation on her stream was justified in the eyes of the public. She misled, all while admitting to slander that started this. Shylily didn't care about accountability. She was ready for blood, and she got it. Good job. I think it's possible. I don't doubt it's possible that Shylily was out for blood. I don't doubt Shylily wanted you out, like competitiveness. But you guys saying you guys with the just business shit deserve it. You got what you wanted. You got fucking you jumped in the fucking like the ocean with the sharks, and then you throw some blood around, and you're like, what's happening? Why are we being attacked? What's going on? You got what you fucking deserved, essentially. Now we got the last part here, which is like, it's a little cut off. No, I guess you can see the whole thing. All right. It's very easy to lie about someone when the person being lied about is the only one who can disprove them. And everyone was manipulated to believe so like mass manipulation. We have you and Red manipulating your artist. Or massive manipulation amongst many people. Conspiracy. One's a lot easier to believe. They could say that in their defense couldn't be trusted. What? Everyone was manipulated to believe anything they could say in their defense couldn't be trusted. Twist what really happened to fit a narrative, then repeat it over and over again until it is believed to be fact. Sinder took no accountability. You didn't. Sinder knew everything. Well, you knew some of it. You knew most of it. You lied about knowing some of it already, too, so I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Sinder betrayed her friends. You kind of did, with Red's help, obviously. It's just business. Yeah, you guys did say that. No matter how many times they claimed Sinder did this and Sinder did that, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any of Red's actions my actions. Again, you pawning it off. Where's your accountability? Any evidence shown of my actual involvement was non-existent. Okay, again, where's your accountability? Just because they corroborated their stories and told... Just because all their stories were corroborated doesn't mean they're truthful. I told them loudly and emotionally doesn't make them true. If you need to present your evidence dishonestly, out of order, out of context, even doctoring it, and then make claims that the evidence doesn't even show, then maybe that evidence isn't reliable and the real story is different from the story being told. This was a witch hunt, everyone involved just wanted to make a move from it as soon as possible. As soon as that was gone. Maybe if you need to make a 1,000-page fucking document, maybe you're the one trying to bury shit. Maybe you're the one being dishonest. Because you can call them out about being quote-unquote you can say they were dishonest, they were out of order, they were out of... What is this shit? You're basically trying to drown people with information. Most of it unnecessary, most of it useless, most of it petty. Cut the shit down. And we still, like, this feels like the end. This feels like the ending of the document. Guess what? It's not. Breakdown. We got Silvervale. We got Aruuu. We got Spike. We got these two last pages here. These are 1 page each, so these aren't a big deal. But 3 more sections. Silvervale being the big one. Why does Silvervale have such a big section here? I mean, Silvervale revealed or released a document. So are we going to go through every single one of the claims on this document now? All right, we'll go through this, but I'm gonna have to take a breather. I'll take a breather. I'll be back. Okay, 1 moment. Okay, back from the breather. We're gonna do Silvervale now. One of the longer pieces, 134 pages. I don't know why, like after everything, it's saved for at the very end. It's one of the last things we cover. Why it's after the breakdown, I don't know. But I guess it deserves its own spot. It deserves 134 pages. Obviously, we know Sinder and Silver really hate each other. Or at least there's definitely some bad blood there. So we start off with Silver put out the statement on Sinder and Redacted saying, I am VTuber 1. Because I guess in Nano's document, she was referred to as VTuber 1. So Silvervale comes out and outs that, hey, VTuber 1 was referring to me. Silvervale and I have never been friends. There were 3 occasions I tried to make some kind of connection with her throughout the years. I have been endlessly compared to and harassed about my simulators to Silvervale that ate at my insecurities ever since I started my VTubing career. These comments weren't true, but I believe Silvervale bought into them and disliked me for it. If Silvervale and I could clear things up, be on good terms, and to be able to be publicly acknowledge each other, it would have helped to end the harassment both of us were getting for so long. Does she view it as harassment? I don't know. This is stupid. This is stupid to call it harassment. Like, you got any proof of that? You got any proof of harassment? Or is it just fucking Twitch messages or YouTube messages saying, hey, you're similar? Oh my god, harassment. Any of the business, creative or business endeavors Silvervale and I did together could have been very successful and benefited us both. I've gotten countless requests from fans asking for this. Red had lots of ideas and potential things we could have done, and I always was open to working together with her. I genuinely sought a friendship with someone I was repeatedly told was very similar to me in our personalities, likes, and interests. Silvervale was never obligated to do any of these things, and I never felt that she was. I just wanted to get along. For so long, I held out hope that we could talk things out, but she showed me through her own behavior how she really felt about me due to no actions of my own. My pursuit to fix things between us turned to mixed feelings after she repeatedly gave me reason to. I grew to resent Silvervale by the summer of 2024. The never-ending harassment for copying her and other circumstances around her didn't help. In the times I confided in my friends about my experiences with Silver, they agree with me and tell me that their own stories about her. It was Silvervale's dislike of me and her actions towards me throughout the years that informed mine and Red's opinion on Shylily's and her feelings about me before I was canceled. Silver never acknowledged me by name when I raided her, ghosted my messages for months, and got her model from Nanoless at a very suspicious time. A similar petty pattern of behavior without any communication. Are you not being petty by thinking this is a petty pattern of behavior? I don't know. You might be reading too much into it. Who knows? Here are some of the things I said about Silvervale in my apology. I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time between the constant belittling of myself, the controversy around my first waifu cup, and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. And it was also that fact that made me insecure, like I wanted to know if she believed all the things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice. I became unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct action of her own. I was so wrong for letting everyone get in my head about all these malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. And this is where she backtracks. I was overly apologetic because of the severity of the moment. This was the first one was a better apology. Ironically enough, your apology document was actually a better apology document than this one, because this is not really an apology. This document's not really an apology. This is I'm going to cover my own ass and Red's ass. I chose not to go into detail about any interactions with Silver, and even said there wasn't anything between us when there was. I felt awful about the feelings I had about her, calling myself unapologetically evil when I wasn't. I did not sabotage Silvervale. I agreed to ask Nano not to work with her on models anymore. That's called sabotage. Where Silver lost nothing. Well, she had the potential to gain, and no longer has that potential. So that is called potential sabotage, yes. And I apologize for the opportunities I took away from her. Or took from her. When there really wasn't any. In doing so, I gave Silvervale the ability to fill in the gaps in the story however she wanted, despite apologizing to her for evils far beyond what I've actually ever done. It didn't stop Silvervale from confidently lying about me when she finally had the chance. Silver said that she wanted her community to be fully informed about everything. So below is my full experience with and around Silvervale, ending with a breakdown of her document and a showcase of all the lies she told on her stream. Jesus Christ. Why are you doing this? This is what makes you petty. We don't need to break down everything she's ever said in the entire relationship with her, for fuck's sake. Yeah, alright, you got the color coding. Alright. Accusations of copying Silvervale. This is the core, the start here, really. I have been accused, compared, harassed for years by people thinking I copied everything about Silvervale, including my personality, voice, and even my laugh. I was never going to address this publicly, but I'm taking this opportunity to lay everything out and show that I didn't copy her. For my apology, I said, since I started streaming, I've been ruthlessly compared to Silvervale, being called the discount version of her. I was accused of copying her design, copying her personality, even copying her laugh of all things. And there was a large number of people who were die-hard believers in the fact that I stole all of these attributes maliciously for my own gain, citing the art I posted of us together, calling her an inspiration, when in reality, this was referring to the decision to become a hellhound. I don't know much about Silvervale. Is Silvervale a hellhound? I don't know. We'll see. I think it does go into that. Here's from another document. It looks like there's more instances like that, but Silver refuses to acknowledge or interact with Sinder at all because it's assumed that Sinder copied her. It sucks because she didn't. Ironically, Sinder is only Sinder because of Silver, but not because she copied her. The complete opposite. So wait, blue is Red's on comments. Why is I'll post screenshots of Red's retelling of events to Nano from 2023 to show that he wasn't lying to her. Oh, so blue is Red talking to Nano in DMs, Discord DMs. Okay, got it. All right. Accusations. Oh wait, no, I read that. All right. So here we got. Before November 2020, what I knew about Silver was as much as I knew about the only other Western VTubers at the time, almost nothing. I knew who she was but I didn't watch her content. It was only after VShojo debuted and Silver rebranded did I start following her. So this is on November 15, 2020. Pretty far back. My original VTuber concept based on my ASMR persona was finished. And I was waiting to work with the artist Red, and I contacted to design my character in December. I was going to be a cherry blossom wolf girl originally. Okay. So they got emails here that they were emailing someone named what, Tashi Hanami or something? I don't know. Or that was the name of the that was supposed to be the name of the character, I guess. Tashi Hanami is a VTuber persona of Tashi.mp3. Tashi is a wolf girl who just wants to make friends and the people around her happy. So Tashi, my name. Hanami, Japanese for flower or blossom. Okami, Japanese for wolf. Okay. She's gonna be a wolf girl, sure. Yeah, alright. The rest of it is pretty common shit, I guess. Lore, Tachi was a white wolf who got separated from her pack and lost in a cherry blossom forest. Scared, starving, and alone, she took shelter from a thunderstorm underneath the biggest tree in the forest. Lightning struck nearby and she heard a yelp. Against her fear, Tachi went to see what happened and found a helpless, strange-looking cat pinned under a fallen branch. Her stomach growled. Instead of taking the opportunity to eat, she helped the creature and brought it back from under the tree to take shelter from the storm together. The next morning, she was woken up by a bright sun. Tashi was in a daze from starvation. The cat was nowhere to be found. She was glad she was able to help it. A bright light appeared to her as the darkness was closing in. The guardian deity of the forest appeared before her. Seeing such a noble act, he rescued Tashi. Alright. Yada yada yada. Got it. So, November 24th, 2020, VShojo was announced. This was Silvervale's original design and description on VShojo's website. Okay. Silvervale was an Okami Sakura spirit. Huh. So, your design on November 15th, Okami Sakura spirit, basically. Cherry blossom spirit. Her design on the VShojo website 9 days later. But I don't think she copied you. I think maybe this is a crazy happenstance, or maybe you copied her. But to be on VShojo's website, I assume she already had to be established with this, no? But alright. The same day, Red emailed the artist that was designing my character that we're changing our plans. Red references Silver's design above in his message in apology. In my apology, I said the only time Silvervale was mentioned in the original designing of the character was when we explained we were pivoting to something else, and there were no references to her character involved. Alright. Here's the email to her. I'm not going to read it all. It's a little too much, but we get the idea. They're going to change because it's a little too soon. It's a little too similar to the other one. Silvervale had her re-debut stream to reveal her new model and Sakura Wolf design later that same night on the 24th of 2020, November. Yeah, okay. So VShojo debuted and Silver rebranded as Cherry Blossom Wolf Girl. So to avoid copying her, we could stand out. We basically did the opposite of that design because Sinder's love of metal music and Okami wolves, and the fact that no one at the time had fire since Western VTubing was so new, we came up with Sinder. So on December 8th, 2020, like a week or so later, a couple weeks maybe, details for Sinder's character were finished. Alright. This is a fiery wolf girl now. The original name what we had in mind was Ember, but we thought it was too generic. Red came up with the name Sinder by combining Sin with Cinder. Alright. Sin referring to hell, Cinder referring to fire, which made Cinder the Hellhound. I like the wordplay aspect of it. It had nothing to do with sounding like Silver. The name Embers was going to be reused for my fan base. Oh, I see. But we scrapped it and didn't have a fan name until much later. Okay. Sure. Okay. Whoa, okay. So personality. You can see the original character sheet. Okay, Silver's description on Bishoujo. The Silver, I inherently share a lot of personality traits. We're both friendly and sweet and soft and affectionate. Art tag. SinderDoodle came from it sounding like Snickerdoodle, relating to my love of sweets, but also to drawings of me. It was intended to be used for my own artwork. I'll show below too. Cinder's Doodles. The other idea was Sindraw or Drawshi. I didn't like the way that sounded. Our choice had nothing to do with Silver's art tag, being Doodle Vale. Below is the document where all the references were given to the artist to design Sinder. None of them are Silvervale. Cinder's bangs are based off my hair, IRL. Okay, so we got art. We can skip through the art mostly, but you can get the idea. Okay. Okay, so my design was finished. I'd never held changing my original design from a Sakura Wolf to a Hellhound against Silver. I was thankful for it, since Sinder was a much better idea than we had before. And it's what led to me calling her an inspiration soon after. Okay, this is the final design. Referencing Silvervale. When my character design was finished, I then needed to get stream assets. Red and I looked all over the popular VTubers credits at the time to find artists we liked who we could work with. That included Silvervale's. There's a handful of things I referenced from Silver throughout the years that aren't included in this document, such as emotes and 3D models. On December 20th, we liked Silver's chibi art on her Twitch panels and her stream alerts. Red messaged the same artist that made hers for those exact things, citing Silver as a reference. He got to know this artist, and that became our friend. They were the only artists in the VTubing space we really knew at the start of 2021, and happened to be a mutual friends with Silvervale. Yeah, see. Fan art of Silvervale. After I had a character design, I had planned to draw a series of fan artwork of myself with different VTubers I liked, I looked up to, or were an inspiration to me in some way, and post them using my SinderDoodle tag. I had 4 planned, started 3, but only ever finished 1. I chose to draw Silvervale first because I thought our designs looked the best next to each other. I was going to draw Fruit because she was an inspiration reference I used for my design, and Bao because she was the first one of my first inspirations to get into VTubing aside from Hollow Myth. In my apology, I said I was genuinely interested in pursuing a friendship with her and drew fan art of myself. Drew fan art myself of us together. Okay, and so this is some of the fan art, I guess, or this is the fan art she drew of them together. I posted a picture of the artwork I was working on. I drew it on paper, scanned it, finished it on my little tablet laptop. Okay. I posted the finished artwork I called Silver an inspiration because she inspired Cinder's creation. Without her rebranding into a Sakura Wolf, Sinder wouldn't exist. I used SinderVale because I thought it was a cute way to put our names together, and went with the art. Me saying maybe we'd be part of the same pack was about my ambition to be part of Bishoujo at the time, the big new Western VTuber company, or group, I guess. After it was posted, Silver's mom saw my art, liked it, retweeted it, and commented on it. When you say her mom, do you mean like her model mom? Or do you mean like her real mom? This image is from the Wayback Machine archived from the same date, since the original tweet was deleted. I don't know why this would even have a snapshot in the Wayback Machine at all, or why the page is in German. I had under 5,000 viewers at the time. Oh my god, that's so little. The only reason I have this post linked to even find in the Wayback Machine is because Silvervale did. She showed it on her stream on 4/30/2025. Why did she show it on stream though? Did she like it? Or was it like a negative thing? I assume she liked it. By the next morning, Silver's mom had deleted her comment, unliked my tweet, and unretweeted it. Red messaged our artist mutual friend and told them what happened and asked if I did something wrong. I had no way of contacting Silver or her mom to ask them directly, so Red brought it up to them thinking they might know. They pointed out the Silvervale tag as the problem. I came from the cosplay community, and I know what a ship tag is. VTubers have art tags, meme tags, general tags, and more. I did not intend for the tag I used to come across as a ship tag with someone I haven't even met, and it was stupid of me to even have thought of it. That's dumb. That's stupid, and that's lame as fuck. That's lame as fuck. Oh no, the tag sounds a little bit like you're shipping your characters together. Who cares? Bro, who cares? These are tags for fucking fan art. That's stupid. Mama Vale retweeted the original post, then unretweeted it, and we were like, what happened? So these are Red's DMs with the artist. Something weird happened last night. Silvervale's mom retweeted and replied to Sinder's PBR, and now the reply is deleted. Retweet is gone. Did she do something wrong? So their response was, not completely sure why you would ask me about it, but it might be because of the ship tag, Silvervale perhaps. Like, I would feel uncomfortable myself if some VTuber that I don't know at all would create a ship tag of me and them. To be honest, I'm just assuming here. Sorry, I can't help. So they don't know if that's the true reason, but it could be. I mean, it's the best guess they have. Later that day, Silver messaged me directly, and I completely understood where she's coming from. I made a mistake, and I was so upset with myself that this was my first interaction with her. My DMs with Silvervale. I have been really busy the past week, so I didn't really get a chance to reach out, but I loved your art. I just had a little bit of concern with the forced ship tag. I just feel like it was a little off-putting and in bad taste considering we don't really know each other yet. I hope you understand. That's... I don't like that. That's dumb. But alright. So it's confirmed then, because this is coming from Silvervale herself. Alright. Oh my gosh, so sorry. I didn't intend for it to come across that way. I'm sincerely apologize for upsetting you, and I hope you can forgive me. I deleted the post earlier this afternoon. After thinking about the tag, like I said, I'll repost it in the future without it. Again, I'm really sorry. Didn't want you to start off on the wrong foot with it. Yeah, Blank told me about that your manager had messaged her asking why my mom unretweeted it, and that you deleted it after. Thank you for understanding. No problem, Silver. Thanks for reaching out. Glad you could figure it out. She apologized, removed it. All right, thank you. Everything seems happy. Cool. Now cut forward to February 5th, 2021. I reposted my artwork, rewrote the part of the tweet. Silver's fan art was the only one I ever did because I felt anxious and discouraged by how this situation played out. Besides replying to her tweets, this was the last and only interaction with Silvervale until late 2022. Almost 2 years later, people have used the fact that I called Silver an inspiration in this tweet as evidence for me copying her. Let's see. The Demon Design, November 16th, 2021. Since some people think my Demon Design is a way to copy Silver's Goddess design, and Red later made the comparison to Nano in their DMs, I wanted to show the timeline for it here. This was brought to my... this was first brought to the idea... This was when I first brought the idea to Nano. The idea came from seeing Fruit's evil alternate design a year later, or earlier in December 2020. And I knew I wanted to have a similar outfit since then. So, okay, sure. I don't doubt it. Here's your DMs with Nano. The design, I guess, the goddess design. Original design. My demon design was started. Wait, goddess. Oh, so this is the goddess that she was claimed to have copied, I guess? She was saying she's inspired after Fruit here. This is Silvervale's goddess look, and she's going for a demon look. So, she's probably not going to look like this, I assume. Here's them talking in DMs with Nanoless and Sinder. The original unused demon design was finished. It was later updated and made into a new model that debuted in 2023. Wait, if she was a hellhound, why wasn't her model originally like a devil thing? Anyway. My first model debut. I debuted my first model after over a year of trying to get one. What were you using before that point? What were you streaming with before that point? Were you even streaming? Which was the third one she ever made, but the first one she made after I had her taught by another artist to cut layers directly for Live 2D. Okay. I was harassed for allegedly copying everything about Silvervale. My model was also directly compared to her original Live 2D model as looking too much alike. being used as proof that I must have copied her. Well, I don't know. Maybe are we sure that Nano didn't take inspiration? Maybe too much inspiration from it? Maybe you did ask for some specific actions like this. I don't know. Sticking your tongue out is pretty generic, so I don't know. By Red's account, Silvervale was lurking in my chat sometime during my debut stream while he was modding. She was gifted a sub while there, but never said anything. She never followed me on Twitch or Twitter and never acknowledged me after. So this is I guess this is proof she was subbed at one point. Previously subbed for 2 months. Alright. Gift subs can get launched at any point though, so I don't know if this proves it, but... Alright. On June 30th, 2022, started a few days after my debut, Silver started to advertise her big, brand new model being worked on. Okay. Sakura Tami. Okay. Wait, this was, that was June 30th, now it's July 30th. Unfortunately, her model wasn't going to be ready for her birthday, so sometime in July, she decided to get a replacement model. She asked Nanoless just weeks after my debut, and Nanoless was not a well-known model artist back then. I was her third model she ever made, and I had her trained on how to cut her art for Live 2D. By July 30th, Nano already had Silver's model fully drawn. Red sent me this copy-pasted message from Silver in her server. I responded with great because we both knew that if Nano was making her a new model, I was going to be accused of copying her again. So, as many times as I've said on stream, my Sakura Goddess model won't be done for an undetermined amount of time. So this is him copying, like this is all this text is from, I guess this is from Silver's Discord or something. The sheer complexity and detail of the model, since I always want the best for you, but I wanted something special for my new birthday and anniversary and have some new eye candy for you all to enjoy, so there might be something new coming out soon. Okay. Art looks pretty similar. Great. Does it, though? I don't know if it's boobs. Does the art look pretty similar? Or it's because it's the same artist, I guess. Alright. So, we're in August. So, Silver tweeted she was going to review plushie collections on stream. I replied with my plushie collection, hoping she'd see it. It was another thing that we both had in common. And now that I was actually a VTuber, I was hopeful to be able to connect with her and move past the awkward fan art situation from 2021. She never did this stream. It could have been for any reason that she didn't do it, but looking back and seeing that my reply to her was the most liked one, it would have been seen. I feel she had no reason other than not wanting to acknowledge or platform me in any way by going through these replies on her stream. This matched her behavior towards me going forward. I would like to know, like, the follower counts. Like, what was your follow count at this point? What was her follow count at this point? Like, how close were you? Were you catching up pretty fast? How did this happen? A few days later, I reposted my fan art for Silver's birthday. She debuted her new model from Nanoless just a month and a half after mine, even though I debuted my model from Nano before Silver. I was still accused of copying her, and then I got a model from Nano because she did. Huh. So this is Silvervale's birthday celebration, okay. TwitchCon 2022. I tweeted a meme during TwitchCon weekend a little while before going to Silvervale's meet and greet. I was planning to go and introduce myself directly to her, since our last personal interaction was when I first made my fan art. This was an older inside joke between Red and I, and it wasn't a meme going around. What? I guess I'll look at it.
Going on inside their head.
Okay. So it's just bouncing boobs. Alright. What's the point of showing that? Bouncing boobs is the meme between us. Okay. At one of my impromptu meet and greets during this TwitchCon, I had someone bold enough to confront me and ask me about copying Silvervale's model and artist. I had to clarify to them that she got her model from Nano after I did. I went to Silver's meet and greet with Aruuu and Red. This was the first time I spoke with her directly since my DMs with her on Twitter at the start of 2021. I like how why do they keep cutting out the likes? I want to see the likes. Stop cutting out the likes and stuff. I want to see the amount. Alright. Let's see, okay. While we were waiting in line, or right after the meet and greet, Aruuu suggested the idea of a canine collab between us two and Silver. This was the image of us meeting Silver that Aruuu posted later that day. I did not make my own tweet about meeting Silver. Canine girly. So we got, looks like Sinder on the right. I guess it's Aruuu on the left, and it's Silver in the middle. Okay. Here was Silvervale's reply to Aruu's tweet. This was so adorable. It was amazing meeting you both, canine girls. So, okay. Alright. Checks out. October 11, 2022, I messaged Aruuu on my way home from TwitchCon if she was actually planning to ask Silvervale about the collab together, which she did. Okay. Screenshot of Aruu's DMs with Silver she sent me. She never got back to Aruuu about this. Silver said here that the collab together would be a lot of fun. That'd be a ton of fun. I've been busy lately with con prep and stuff, but things have been calming down lately. Yeah, that's kind of a non-committal response. He's pretty big at this point. I don't know how big you guys are in comparison, but that's a pretty non-committal response. Silver retweeted her own version of my meme a week after mine, before I was retroactively accused of copying her again. I replied to her tweet with mine. This was not a meme format going around, and I don't own the format by any means, but the fact that she just so happened to do the same thing I did after we went to her meet and greet without following me on Twitter, without ever acknowledging me, was very off-putting. So, I guess let's see. Is it the same song too? Go.
Look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head.
Basically, yeah. And more copyrighted too, actually. Alright, I got it. I got it. That is a bit, you know, on the nose there a little. Gotcha. That does seem kind of like a copy. It could be. I don't think you guys made that meme, though. Did you? That seems to, like... I don't know if you can claim to have made the meme of someone thinking about boobs. But the format was exact. The format seems pretty exactly the same. Different song, but... Anyway. Alright, later that same month, a mutual friend introduced Silver and I directly in a Minecraft server we were both part of while I was streaming. They chose to take me around and introduce me to lots of people, including Silver. I did not ask them to meet her. Outside of Silver's meet and greet at TwitchCon 2022 and 2023, this was the only time we've spoken verbally and the only time we've interacted in a stream setting on my stream. Silvervale was not streaming. Okay. So this was 2 years ago. It's 5.3k views. It's pretty good. I mean, that's probably obviously got views for more recent as well, but now we're next month, the end of next month. We're in November 30th, 2022. After becoming a VTuber myself, meeting her in person, being introduced by a mutual friend, and playing in the same Minecraft server for a while, another interest we had in common, and looking past the things she might have been doing towards me, I built up the confidence to try reaching out to Silver again. I was able to DM her on Twitter because of my fan art situation. Otherwise, I would have had no way of contacting her. Her DMs are closed to people she doesn't follow, and I wasn't friends with her on Discord. I refrained from messaging her for almost 2 years because I didn't want to be weird and embarrassing, like our first interaction ended up being. I didn't ask her for a collab or try using her or to profit off of her. I asked her if she wanted to hang out in Minecraft off stream to get to know each other over a game we both enjoyed. She never replied. I never pushed or pressured her to. Alright. That's fine. I don't need to read that. It's fine. I got the idea. And here's your message. Okay, sure. December 2nd, 2022, 2 days after me messaging Silver for almost 2 months after TwitchCon, I thought about the collab with Silver and Aruuu and asked her if she'd ever heard from Silver about it. Aruuu never said anything about this again, and I didn't ask her about it again. It was okay to me that this never happened. Aruuu would later admit she never actually messaged Silver like she said below. Oh, okay, well, is that a big deal? I don't know. Community, alright. Community mascot name. The first time the name Pyropup has ever been brought up was from a viewer who suggested it since I didn't have a community name yet. I didn't want to choose a name at that point because I didn't have a mascot designed yet. My chat really liked the name though. 2 months later, I revealed the finished design for my mascot and asked my chat for the name suggestions. Its placeholder name was Little Friend. One of the names suggested was Pyropup again, and my chat ultimately chose it. Okay. Sure. Alright, I messaged Nano about it, alright, whatever. The waifu cup shit, I guess that's probably relevant. Alright, we're in 2023. I rated Silvervale and she didn't acknowledge my name. By name. She didn't acknowledge me by name. I've rated Silver multiple times over the years, and every time she refused to say my name, when for everyone else I've seen, she would. After this raid, Red and I both separately messaged one of our friends about it. We confided in this friend about my situation with Silver and Spite at WeebCon of 2023. A couple weeks before this, where they offered to try talking to Silver about me. As far as we know, they never did, and these were the only messages to them about Silver. Alright. Cool, I guess. April 26th, 2023, one of my friends and I had a conversation about Silvervale leaving Speed Shoujo, which led me to open up to them about my experience with her. There are gaps in the screenshots where irrelevant things were being talked about. I also want to point out that the emote reaction to my message below about genuine friends wasn't there before, and this friend deleted at least one message of theirs from an unshown part of this conversation. I don't really care. So what? Alright. We're going to speed a little bit more. I told Nano I was trying to get her okay to work on the waifu cup on stream so it'd be easier for her. And I told her how much it meant to me to have the first waifu cup with her artwork on it. Red asked about Nano's projects, about when Silver contacted her about her model made in 2022, and encouraged her to set aside time for her own content. Yeah, that sounds like you're encouraging her not to work with Silver. I like how you pretend like you never pressured her. Oh, here we go. Here's the code. But when someone's like, hey, I worked on someone else's model, you're like, oh, well, hey, how about instead of that, you just focus on yourself? That's encouraging behavior, such as, like, that's encouraging things they want. Well, really it's discouraging. Like, encouraging this behavior implicitly discourages the behavior they don't want to happen. Anyway, Red says, I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model from her because we grew suspicious of if she had anything to do with Silver, and her debut about a few months earlier. A few things that happened with Silver by this point in time made us believe that she had a problem with Sinder. Silver had worked with Nano before. Yeah, I think this is the same thing you said before. Alright, I don't think you're adding anything. Yeah. I thanked Nano for the waifu cup artwork she made for me, and her scale figure was announced. Okay. Around May 5th, 2023. Alright. Red talked to Nano about the situation with my waifu cup, which led to them revealing our experience with Silver over the past 2 years. Before this, I was told Silver had her own waifu cup with Nano's artwork on it. I was already far into production. I was excited and proud to have the first cup with Nano's art. All of a sudden, that wasn't going to be the case. Not only that, but if my cup was going to be released after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. So you undercut her. But I don't know who commissioned the artwork for the cups first. Who commissioned it first? I guess Nano would be the one to tell us, right? Alright. Silver didn't like Sinder, and how she would respond to Cinder's raids in the... Yeah, we got that. Alright. Kind of more of the same we've already seen. More of the same we've already seen. In between screenshots, it's a long process of getting my first model, but it's not relevant to be shown. Sure. Alright. I'm using weird... Okay, Sinder didn't know this conversation was happening. I didn't realize much or whatever. They briefly talked about Silver here. Alright. Nano clarified to me that he was the one who went to Silver about a new model when she told me about it in May 4th, but was already regretting it due to not being able to get it work. Okay. Right. Red told me the gist of this conversation with Nano the next morning, and I messaged her about it. Sure. Okay. When Nano suggested I have good smile make my demon figure, I said they didn't even want silver, which is something, yeah, we read about that. All right. Mod number 1. I had a Discord Twitch mod applications open, and one of Silver's mods applied. They were chosen because of their experience modding for another large VTuber. I'll refer to them as mod number 1. Sure. I asked Nano to record some of the voice lines for my lore video or my upcoming debut. I asked a lot of my friends to participate. A couple of lines I gave them were in reference to the comments I got from Silver. Or about Silver, okay. I asked Nano to record some voice lines for my lore video. For my upcoming debut, I asked a lot of friends. A couple of lines I gave them were in reference to Silvervale, such as try being original for once. You're just a copy. Damn. Okay. I messaged Nano to tell her we need to change the artwork on one side of the waifu cup because it's too similar to Silver's. Okay. Nano and GamerSubs were able to work incredibly hard to get my waifu cup released before Silvervale's. It is important to me to have the first cup in Nano's art because of how it meant to her. Okay. Yeah, but it's also important because you get more money, no? Like, you can pretend it's not, but like whoever comes out with the first cup is probably going to get more money. Right? Of the two of you. This was the waifu cup was a switch. This is what my waifu cup was originally supposed to look like, with the flame heart artwork on one side. I had the same flame heart kiss animation on my model and would have loved having it represented here. I was made to change it to avoid it being too similar to Silvervale's cup. Silver's artwork was released a long time before mine. I was at least able to use it on my desk mat, but I was still incredibly upset it wasn't the art on my cup or shirt. This is not Silver's fault, and I never blamed her for it, but this added to my negative experience around her. Okay. So which one's which? I guess the left is the heart, the right, or the right is the heart. The left is maybe what it was changed to? I don't know. Or maybe this is just all of the original design. Okay, Red messaged Nano about asking about a model right after my demon model debut. Red messaged me, Nano messaged to me that more people are contacting her for models because of Sinder. Alright. It's all the same shit. Same shit we've already read. 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 Yep, it's all the same. Alright. Anyway. TwitchCon 2023. Okay. Silver and I had back-to-back meet and greets at the Mythic Talent booth at TwitchCon. When mine ended, I saw her line wasn't busy, so I hopped in to say hi to her. The last time I tried talking to her was my Twitter message about Minecraft almost a year later. Another friend of ours happened to be there to see Silver too, so I waited in line with them. When I saw her, I congratulated her on her novel Horizons figure and the Starforge PC that were both displayed at Mythic's booth. Told her that she should be proud of all the cool things she was recently doing. I wished her luck on whatever she was planning next, and Silver nodded along thanking me, and I left. Red took a picture of me talking with her in the moment, which is not something either of us planned to do beforehand. Later in the day, I posted on Twitter. Didn't see the harm in posting a cute picture of us together. We're both Mythic Talent, everyone wanted to see us interact, and showing us on friendly terms could stop the harassment. Let's see. Okay. Right after I tweeted it, Red messaged Mythic Context about asking Silvervale to do something together. Okay. Silver messaged me on Twitter 3 days later, where she said she isn't interested in collabs, but is always down if you want to message anything though. Message or anything though. Sometime after this message giving me the okay, I sent Silver a friend request on Discord. Did she accept it? Did she accept it? That's kind of the key, right? My messages with Silvervale. Here are all my DMs with Silver after she said to contact her on Discord, since only a few of them have been shown. I'll go over them below. The quote for my apology. That's fine. We've already read that. But I can see that she was talking for a while. Then it became a lot of one-sidedness here, where she's not responding. Silver messaged me after accepting my friend request. This was our first and only conversation in DMs. After turning down a collab, I brought up everything Red and I had talked about us together to see what she thought and get it out of the way now. That's kind of weird. I mean, maybe she wanted to move past it and you just brought up a bunch of drama. You friend her and then you instantly bring up a bunch of drama between you two. That's probably not a good idea. Maybe Silver just didn't want to stream together and would be open to doing something else. And I didn't say it at the time, but I also brought these things up because of dozens and dozens of requests I'd see of fans wanting us to do something together too. I said I'd love to see chat more either way. Or I'd love to chat either way more. Followed by, I completely understand when she turned me down again. Silver never showed that message and it was cut off in her document. Okay, cool. That was the final of 2 times I ever asked Silver to do something together, and the first and only time I asked her to do something professionally together. I didn't mind her saying no. I was just glad to be able to finally talk and connect. While Red had lots of ideas for us to work together, I wanted to try fixing whatever problem she had with me and at least be on good terms. If the public saw us friendly with each other, then I believe the harassment would stop. You haven't really showed any of the harassment. You keep alleging harassment. I haven't seen it. I mentioned Silver after I received my Gamer Subs merch. I supported all of my model sisters, even Silvervale. The message was used in Silver's own document against me to make it seem like I was taunting her, claiming that we were planning to force Nana to cancel. I sent this, but you were at the time you sent this. You did kind of talk to her, or Red did. He talked to the artist Nano and kind of implicitly said, hey, work on stuff that's not her model, ideally. You also undercut her. You worked with Nano and GamerSubs to undercut her release of a gaming cup, a waifu cup. You did kind of fuck her over 2 times. And you guys are also weirdly really trying to contact her. It's like, it seems like you guys are really always like, you're trying to talk to her, you're trying to contact her, you're trying to do all this shit, and she's like, can you leave me the fuck alone? Can you leave? You're undercutting my shit. You're undercutting my shit. You're talking to the artist that I was trying to use. I know it's your artist, but still, you tried to convince her not to work with me. And now you won't fucking leave me alone. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Why are you guys obsessed? Here are Red's DMs with Nano 2 days after my message to Silver, when Nano made the decision to remove Silvervale from her waitlist and cancel her model. Full conversation was in Nano's section of this document, so we've already read it, so I'm going to skip through it. We've read all this. Alright. It's all repeated. Okay. Maybe this part, wait. Yeah. I messaged Silver about our VTuber award nomination on December 6, 2023. Now we move on to February 16, 2024. I messaged Silver to congratulate her on a new model she debuted. When I went to her stream to support her, my messages weren't sending. I didn't know what the problem was at the time, but I came to find out later that I was restricted in her chat, meaning all my messages were held for review and only visible to her and her mods. Silver had been ghosting my messages for months, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she just genuinely missed them. She told me she was always down to message. Leave her the fuck alone, bro. Take the fucking hint. When this happened, despite everything telling me not to, I still clung to the hope that we could make amends. I wasn't oblivious to the way Silver was treating me since I first debuted, and maybe I was too naive in thinking this way. There were multiple times I thought to just straight up ask her about the problems between us so we could work our differences out, but I never had the courage. I see. Gamersub flavors. Alright, Silver's Gamersub flavor launched 1 week before mine. Once again, I was told I was copying her, not just because of the flavor, but not just because her flavor was out before mine, but because we both had a label drawn by Nano. This is the second time our Gamersub launches were back-to-back. Just don't do back-to-back then. Just delay it or pull one sooner. Like, it's not hard to avoid that situation. I messaged Silver to congratulate her on her Gamersub's flavor. This is the last message I ever sent to her. Okay. So on May 4th, this is the last message you sent to her, congratulating her. Okay. Red's conversation with mod number 1. I had mod applications open. Another 2 of Silvervale's moderators applied after being encouraged to by mod number 1. Red messaged mod number 1 for their opinion on these new applicants. They've been modding for Silver for almost 2 years alongside them. Red then asked about me being restricted in her Twitch chat a few months earlier and if there's any problems her mod team had with me since mod number 1 had been around for a long time. Mod number 1 asked Red to keep the conversation private from me. I was never told about these conversations Red was having with them or what he was told by mod number 1 over the following year until Red and I were putting this document together. What did he say? Mod number 1 told me they encouraged these couple of Silver's mods to apply. Okay. And what was the thing? What was not told to her? I don't know. I'm not seeing anything juicy here. I don't know. I mean, I figured they would have mentioned it if there was something good there. The other 2 Silver's mods who applied were accepted because of their experience and recommendation from mod number 1. Okay. So moving forward to May 24th, 2024, Silver had tweeted her own version of this emote saying hi, and recommended to her using my Pyro Pup one. Oh, I replied to her recommending. I replied to her using my Pyro Pup one. Wait, what emote though? You said this emote. Her own version of this emote. Shortly after, she deleted the tweet and never reposted it. This was the last time I tried to interact. Yeah, stop fucking. Yeah, how long? How many years does it take for you to realize she doesn't want you interacting with her? Bro. After this, I gave up on holding out hope of fixing things between Silver and I. She had a problem with me for years and never wanted to address it. I would have preferred if she told me directly, or told me off directly instead of being fake. She's not being fake, you just won't leave her the fuck alone, it looks like. She's kind of made it clear as best she can without outright stating it that, hey, and she's not going to be a bitch about it. It's like she's doing her best to show you that she's not up for interaction, as polite as she can, it seems like. And you just won't take a hint. The next day, Red messaged mod number 1 about the tweet. They told him the post was shared in Silver's Discord server. Users there were wishing for a collab between us, and then all of the messages were deleted. Mod number 1 messaged Red and told him that more of my emotes were getting blacklisted in Silver's chat. Mod number 1 told Red that they suspected Silver may have canceled her stream due to my 2nd anniversary subathon, citing that what she said in her announcement. They've been modding for her for about 2 years and would have a good idea of her motivations. My actual VTuber debut anniversary is on June 25th. I don't have a screenshot of her announcement since Red was banned from her server and I was never in Silver's server. Okay. So on the 25th, Red expressed concern to mod number 1 about the treatment of the mods Silver and I shared. Mod number 1 told Red that everything they've seen from Silver's side has been petty drama. Mod number 1 told Red that her chatters found out that my name was a blocked term in her chat. Okay. Mod number 1 messaged Red again about the drama in Silver's mod chat about me. Wait. The second one is interesting because I have told you in private multiple times to very nicely, please leave me alone in every aspect of my life. Well, how about you take the hint now and leave her the fuck alone then? How about you take the fucking hint now? Maybe she didn't tell you outright, but you now understand that's how she feels about it, right? Messages between 2 of Silver's moderators, not include mod number 1, talking about how I was restricted in her Twitch chat. One of the same mods above made an analogy about what I can only assume is me occasionally chatting in Silver's Twitch chat, replying to her tweets as if I was trying to take her crowd away from her. This analogy of them saying, I have told you in private multiple times, very nicely, please leave me alone in every aspect of my life, didn't come from nowhere. Leads me to believe this is what Silver had been telling her mods happened between us. As you can see by the entirety of our DMs shown here, nothing even similar has ever been said to me by Silvervale, even after I had reached out to her directly about my messages not sending in her chat. Huh. Here's a screenshot of mod number 1's conversation with one of Silver's mods. Okay. I'm skipping these images. Alright. My bikini debut and Silvervale's birthday. As early as March 2024, Red and I were planning a Gamer Subs merch drop with my second waifu cup. For my anniversary on June 25th, everything wasn't going to be ready in time, so at the end of April, we pushed it back to August to launch alongside my bikini outfit debut. I wanted that debut to be between my VTuber anniversary on June 25th and my birthday on September 14th. And since my first bikini debut was in October 2022, I wanted to actually debut it in the summer this time. We planned for August 16th. At first, we were given the okay that August 16th was available to launch my merch. Almost 2 months later, we were told we couldn't launch that day because another creator was having their own drop, and it was requested at the start of the year. It wouldn't have mattered if it wasn't another VTuber, but since we were told it was similar drop to ours, and for a special date, Red pieced together that it could only be Silvervale. The timing chosen for my August debut and drop we were planning had nothing to do with Silvervale or her birthday. Once Red figured out who it was her who was launching something at the same time as me for the third time in a row, unintentionally throwing a wrench in things again, and after my interactions with her at TwitchCon, is when I became competitive towards her. Wait, did you think she's doing this intentionally? We doubled down in trying to launch the weekend of the 16th, if not the 16th itself. We did eventually compromise to launch the week before on the 9th, even if it wouldn't be alongside my debut. However, a couple weeks before the release, we were told the 16th was suddenly available, so we moved the drop to that day. Silver launched her birthday merch drop with her new 3D model on the 13th, a day after her birthday. I launched my merch drop alongside my bikini outfit debut on the 16th. Silver's tweet was on the 14th, but her drop was on the 13th. Okay. And okay, there's your tweet. Alright. Silvervale debuted a 3D model with 2 separate outfits. You can see the pose, design, and theming of the 2 outfits in the artwork. Alright. Back in 2023, I debuted my 2.0 outfit and Demon Out models, which were a pair to each other. You can see the pose, design, and theming of the 2 outfits in this artwork from the same artist as the one above. Okay, so 2 girls, 2 big boobo girls. One's icy, one's fiery. Okay, what's your point? They look similar, I guess? They don't really, but... Alright. Nano's exclusivity deal and artist number 1. Like was shown in Nano's and Bao's section, artist number 1 wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business-related discussions with them. This is where the idea to go to Nano about exclusivity came from. Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and to not make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano. I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. Okay, so this is kind of the shit we've already heard. Yeah, this is all shit we've already heard. Alright, this is the timeline though, got it. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silvervale at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on a lot of projects like we always have. We'd fully pay for Nano's new model rigging. She'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever added or talked about included in the agreement, or that Bao had another model that was canceled. But I thought you earlier in this document, you refuted that there was another model canceled. Either way. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking on any new model clients we had talked about before, but I was okay with leaving it out, or leaving it as I was told it was. Sure. I'll just skip that, whatever. The next day, artist number 1 sent Red a document that laid out everything in their agreement. Okay. These messages with who we'll call artist number 2 in my project server, where I am also present. Okay. Red offered to pay artist number 2 to narrow down their clientele so that they'd have more time for our projects. He was not suggesting they cancel anything on anyone, but in the future they would be paid extra to accept less commissions. Instead have time to accept more of our commissions. They sounded open to the idea. Okay. So this is now February 10th, 2025. Fairly recent, Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. Silvervale didn't lose out on any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red. Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silvervale asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano, just like on November 2023. Silver was the tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver over a week later. That's not, you can't use that as evidence of anything. Because the fact that she's sharing that information at all means that's, I don't know, that's a fucked up relationship for an artist. Nano messaged me the next day about her walking back the deal she made with Red. He had already talked with me about her canceling the agreement specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bao or Cotton at all to me. Silver didn't lose any opportunity with Nano due to this deal. Yeah, but you tried though. It's not that she lost anything, it's that you tried to make her lose something. That's a dick move. Whether it worked or not, that's a dick move. Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of the drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word. Even though I was upset because of this, because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I. Why don't you give up that? You're not gonna get, like, it's never gonna stop, especially when people know it hurts you. They're not gonna stop comparing you, especially when it's so easy to hurt you that you just say, hey, you're like this. You are like Silver. Cinder like Silver. That's enough to upset you? Yeah, they're never gonna stop. And you keep letting it happen. Like, just get over it. Just learn to get over it. Even though I was upset, okay, right. Now moving on to March 13th, 2024. Wait, moving on. Are we going back? We are going back. All right. Mod number 1 messaged Red and told him someone in her chat was banned for asking about collabing with me. Later that day, Mod number 1 told Red that another of Silver's mod was rude to them for just pulling one of my V cards. Okay. Hearing about Silver's dislike for Cinder is why I'm not fond of her that much either. So we're going back. I don't know why there was that brief time we went back to 2024, but back to 2025. Red messaged artist number 2 in their DM separately from our chat in the project server to eventually ask them to not work with Silver. I was not aware of him doing this. Or his messages with artist number 2 putting this document together. Sure, I don't believe you. Alright, AFK and Pixel drops. April 4th, 2025 and April 11th, 2025, I launched my AFK flavor and merch. And the very next day, Silver drops her Pixel merch drop. Making this the 4th time our gamer sub drops have been released back to back. The first time was to try and release my cup ahead of hers, and they happened to be back to back. Second time was with our flavors, could have been a coincidence. The third time was bad timing. Fourth, it happened again randomly in April, separate from any other events, was weird. Yeah, that is kind of weird, sure. Talking to artist number 1 about Silvervale, Red messaged artist number 1 asking if they were the one who took IRL pictures of Silver's Pixel merch, which they were. Once again, Red didn't tell me about this conversation he had with someone about Silver on this day, or on the same day, in the event after 4/12/2025. Was when Red talked to Nano about Shylily, another conversation he didn't tell me about. Okay. For reference, here's one of the pictures Red was talking about that Silver showed on her stream on 4/11/2025, but only posted on 4/14. I love cozy pixel art so much. Okay, what's the relevance? Message artist number 1 references above was their own message to Red on 2/21/2025. The reason why this is relevant is because artist number 1 had sampled merch items in their hands on the state to take pictures. Then the merch drop would have would have already been completed, ready to be launched at almost any time Silver wanted, almost 2 months beforehand. You're thinking Silver timed it exactly with your guys, or tried to do it back to back again? You think this was intentional? The conversation continued, and with artist number 1 pointing out how mine and Silver's merch always drop back to back, leading to Red telling him about the problems between her and I. Okay, sure. Artist number 1 messaged me in our DMs to ask if Red had told me about this, or about his conversations with them about Silver 3 days earlier, which he didn't. Red never told me about this himself, the same way he never told me about his conversation with Nano about Shylily days earlier. His messages with mod number 1 and with artist number 2 about Silvervale, or that Bao and Cotton were part of his exclusivity deal with Nano. Okay. This is getting really close to the apology drop then. So, okay, yeah, now we're straight into breaking down Silvervale's document. I thought we were kind of already in, but okay. In the events regarding Nano, Silvervale, like my friends, only knew what information Nano shared. I won't be adding or addressing most of the DM screenshots shown in Silver's document since they were all present within Nano's document. And the full conversations were already shown. After going through the things Silver wrote, I'll address the many things she claimed on her stream. Oh great, you're responding to another stream. Okay. So orange is what? Orange is what? Does that just mean it's from her document? I guess? Alright. So, I guess Silver's document says, I want to know, as others have, that though a majority of the messages are from Redacted, Sinder's manager, I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intentions, without Sinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent to which he has represented her publicly and professionally. That's a very rational statement. Her response is, Sinder says, Silver, who wanted no personal or professional relationship with me at all, wouldn't have any knowledge about how Red and I conducted ourselves. He just agreed with the narrative the other users decided and added to the choir of voices pushing all the blame. But he is your manager. He is literally your professional manager. You work professionally with him. In addition, you work personally with him. You have a personal relationship and a professional relationship. To pretend you guys are somehow like a separable entity is stupid. To pretend like, you know, hey, I have nothing to do with what he did is really dumb. So it goes on to say, I am VTuber number 1 in the screenshots provided by Nano in her document. I've been a friend and client of Nano for years. And seeing how she was manipulated and abused by Sinder and Red makes me livid. She is an absolute sweetheart and just wants her clients to be happy. It breaks my heart to see how she was treated like a tool and a resource to be used for growth rather than a talented living person, and gaslit into somehow believing that how she was being treated was okay. And then your response is, she was not manipulated, abused, or treated as a tool by Red or I in the almost 4 years working together. Wow, great response. Basically saying, nuh-uh. Damn. Damn. One of the first screenshots Silver shows is this, the message where Nano called the deal with Red fair, which included not working with Silvervale again, is completely removed from Silver's version of the screenshot. This is something Silver did herself. I mean, Silver alleges that you guys manipulated her and abused her and treated her as a tool and made her think that you gaslit her into thinking that was okay. So if she included that, it could easily be explained away with, oh, she thinks it's a fair deal because you gaslit her. So I don't think that would have made the difference you think it would. Yeah, I know it's cut off. Alright. Anyway, I'm so proud of Nano for having the courage to come forward to the affected people with all of this and to let everyone know how they were being unknowingly sabotaged. I've spoken to her privately and want to be clear that I have no ill will or hard feelings towards Nano for her involvement in this. I urge people reading this to try and understand the emotional manipulation on display and empathize with her situation. There's a lot I could say about how disgusting I find her behavior towards other creators in general, but I want to focus on my personal experiences. And your response is, no one was sabotaged. Because Red and I and Nano... Wait, because of Red or I and Nano wasn't manipulated, but Silver pushed readers to empathize with these false claims and the incomplete evidence on display. Okay, you got really, like, for Silver's document, you got some very poor responses. Did you already spent all your energy on the other responses, I take it? Okay, Sinder and I. Discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Sinder, we weren't friends, and we have barely talked. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could possibly have done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interactions, I was as cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I'd gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. I'm fully aware of how common the attitude is, and that's just how you grow in this sphere, but I personally don't have the emotional fortitude or bandwidth to have friendships for the express purpose of growth. For the record, I think it's fine to have that view and approach to content creation, but I also reserve the right to simply not vibe with someone. I would much rather not associate with someone at all than pretend to be their friend for the purposes of growing my brand. That's a fair statement. Cinder's response is, I drew fan art of us. I asked to hang out offline to get to know each other, and I went to see her at public events. When finally given the chance to ask her, she refused any kind of business relationship. I was okay with this. I accepted it. Did you accept it? Because it seems like what you painted earlier is endless attempts to try and contact her, talk to people who know her, be in her Twitter posts, be in her comments. Like, it seems like you won't leave her the fuck alone. Despite having this weird insecurity about, like, being compared to her, you won't leave her the fuck alone. I just wanted to try to be her friend. If not friends, then at least on good terms. She absolutely correct in saying that she has the right to not vibe with someone. She was never obligated to be my friend, but instead of telling me that directly, she doesn't even owe you it directly. Just leave her the fuck alone. Like, people don't owe you an explanation. They don't have to talk to you. I did nothing wrong to her, and yet she still held some hatred against me for existing alongside her. Probably it was existing alongside her and refusing to let her forget you exist. The only time I actually talked to her directly was during our meet and greet at TwitchCon 2023. I had just finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to the screen to meet me and had someone else take a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it, and only knew about it once I saw it on Twitter later. Let's see. After the meet and greet, she contacted my manager at Mythic to ask me to collab with her. I told them I would rather not collab, but accepted her friend request on Discord after turning her down. In private DMs, she reached out and asked me to do merch or other various forms of collab to be monetized, to which I again declined. I will always prioritize my mental health and peace over a potential profit that would make me feel used transactionally and put me out of my comfort zone. I see. Yeah, it's kind of weird that she keeps trying to interact with you. I could have messaged Silver, so this is now Sinder saying, I could have messaged Silver on Twitter again. I could have friended her on Discord out of the blue. To me, both of those would have been weird considering our history. How about you stop talking to her? But being at Mythic's booth together, Red and I tried going through Mythic. So you're like, she won't talk to us, so let's go through her management company. Maybe if we talk to her management company, they'll force her to talk to us. Like, what was the thought process? You can literally see the tonal shift in Silvervale's 2 messages to Mythic after my name is brought up. She could have let Mythic tell me she wasn't interested and went on about her day. Maybe she's trying to be cordial. Maybe she's trying to be professional. Maybe she's not just trying to say, I hate this fucking person. They won't leave me alone. Maybe she should have said that. Yeah, maybe. But how about you guys fucking just get a fucking clue? In her document, Silver said she told Mythic that she would rather not collab, but accepted my friend request on Discord after turning me down, but never showed where she turned me down in our Twitter DMs. Okay. Silver didn't message me or tell me off that she wanted nothing to do with me, like one of her mods implied she claimed. Maybe it was a message that didn't get sent. Maybe she sent it, but it didn't, like, get received. Or, you know, sometimes there's errors in sending messages. I don't know. She told me she was always down if I wanted to message her or anything. That could just be being nice. Doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I've been in Discord servers with Silver for years and never once sent her a friend request because I thought it'd be really weird to. And I guess that impression was correct. It was only after Silvervale sent me this message explicitly saying that messaging on Discord would work better that I did. Silver was the first one to message me on both Twitter and Discord. Conveniently cropped out my very next message after she turned me down, where I completely understood her decision, or any of the following messages that had nothing to do with monetized collabs. Just get the hint. Get the hint, for fuck's sake. She didn't say anything new to me, or she didn't say anything to me here or in the Twitter message about the picture I posted, and just days earlier either. She could have asked me to take it down if she had problems with it, the same way she did about my fan art in the past. I would have. It's a different story though. The fan art, you were basically a nobody, and she was a somebody. Now you guys are on equal terms. If not, I think you're just barely eking out above her. So it's a little bit different. If you ask her to take, or sure, if she asks you to take down a picture, that might become like a big like VTuber news bullshit drama thing. So probably to her, she's like, I'll just ignore it. I don't like it, but I'll ignore it for now. Okay. I had a new Live 2D model in the works for my birthday. Okay, which was eventually canceled. I was devastated as Nano was the one who originally asked if she could do this model because she was excited to make it with all the new things she had learned, and my birthday was special. At the time, the reason was given was health and stress reasons, which made sense given how much was on Nano's plate. And despite my disappointment, expressed my support for her prioritizing her health. I'm now aware that the actual reason for her declining to work with me on my birthday model was external pressure from Redacted and Sinder. Words cannot describe how heartbroken I was and am. And you can claim to deny it, but it's true. You're gonna say we didn't manipulate her, we didn't like push her, we didn't pressure her, but you did. You did. It's obvious in the messaging. I already explained this in the Nano section, but Silver's model wasn't canceled due to Red or I pressuring her to do it. She canceled it herself. What? And why did she do that? Why? You're like, oh, she did it herself. Yeah, no shit, she's the one who's gonna cancel. Ultimately, she's gonna be the one that pulls the trigger. What made her decide that? What external pressures, what dialogue around it caused her to decide to pull the trigger on that and cancel it? And you include the dialogue here too. You should do what's best for yourself. I mean, regardless of how I feel about it. What does that mean? I like how you highlight that too. Redacted says, I mean, regardless of how I feel about it, because you know how I feel about it, right? That's the implication being you know how I feel. But regardless of how I feel about it, you should do what's best for you. If you're considering canceling it, cancel it, right? Hey, I'm not going to stop you. Okay. And this is all repeat from what we've already seen earlier in Nanoless aside, so I don't know why she's repeating it again. If Nano lied and told Silver that her model was canceled because of me, then I can't blame Silver for thinking that was the case. Nano chose to cancel Silvervale's model. It was not mine or Red's fault. It is if you manipulated her into doing it. She never took it back, like she said. She told Red she was going to because she was healthier and less stressed. Yeah, I think Silver also alleges she's gaslit into thinking that you guys were doing what's best for her or whatever. Or that, you know, what the relationship you guys had was like a healthy work relationship. Despite this, I don't expect Silver to care about what really happened with her model, since Nano's currently making her a brand new one. Oh, really? Is that how that works? Months and months and months later, she's making a new one, and you're like, oh, she doesn't care now. Yeah, no shit, she doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of a long time later. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Sinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time, she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential for more away. And that's true, you were. And your only defense is my message was genuine. No, I meant it as a heartfelt, like, wow, we share the model mama. Yeah, okay, sure you do. Sure you do. I think it's more likely you're being catty with her. Moving forward, Sinder and Redacted have spent years sabotaging me for no understandable reason. I've never done anything to warrant this other than just existing as Silvervale. They actively sought to get my models and art cancelled, and based on the messages I've seen shared above, seem to not have had any second thoughts about doing so. It's hard to express how crushing a feeling it is to be talked about so cruelly and maliciously without my knowing, and to know opportunities and friendships were taken away for what I can only assume is spite and insecurity. There was no end to the amount of anxiety I feel knowing that if these rumors were expressed to Nano, I have to assume they were expressed to others as well. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that I am not the person that Sinder and Redacted tried to convince you that I am. Okay. Yeah, that seems legit. Again, all that Sinder seems to say is no. We didn't sabotage. She had the works canceled. She did it herself. It was all her. Okay. The evil mastermind Nano did it all on her own. Yeah. The rumors expressed about Silvervale were true to our own experiences with her. So how about this? Okay. Maybe the rumors about you being expressed are true to the people saying its own experiences with you. There you go. That's how stupid of a statement that is. There's no reason for them to lie about it. Same way that there wasn't a reason for Red to lie to Nano about my experience with Shylily. I don't know. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that Silvervale is the person that I've shown her to be. You haven't really shown her to be bad. You've shown her to be, like, upset with you and tired of you and not wanting to talk to you, not wanting to associate with you, and yet you've also shown yourself to repeatedly try to associate with her. So that's all I'm getting out of this. It's like a one-sided, weird relationship. Silvervale's claims on her streams. Great, so this is you responding to a stream, which I don't really... These sections suck. So I'll probably skip through most of them until I see, like, the bigger messages. When Silvervale finally had the opportunity to talk all about me on her stream, she showed her true colors to everyone. However, no one watching would have known what those colors really were. Okay. Almost everything Silver said about me on her stream was greatly exaggerated or a lie. That's convenient. So you basically went lie. That was Red. Or we didn't do this. So lie. We didn't do this. Silvervale posted her document towards the end of the day on April 26th. If Silvervale only found out about this the day beforehand, it supports my timeline in the breakdown section when she, Cotton, and Spite first contacted. Okay, so what? So what if it does? And? Alright, let's play this part.
I was really asked if I wanted my name censored, and I wanted it censored so that people wouldn't know that it was me. But when I went back and looked at the doc, or the pictures about everything that happened, and I went back to my messages with her, and I saw that one where she was so excited that we shared art. And we shared a model, and I didn't think anything of it at all. And then I saw the fucking timestamp on it, and I just couldn't take it, man. It was so fucked up. It was so vile and cruel and malicious for no reason. Like knowing this.
Okay, we got the gist of that. So your response to her saying that is, Silver's referring to my message, yeah, the one that doesn't seem, the one that you're claiming is genuine. You're genuinely like, yeah, it's amazing, we're gonna share model mamas, and she's saying you sent that with the full knowledge that you didn't like me, you didn't like Nano working with me, Red at the time was actively working to remove my ability to use Nano's art. Yeah, that all holds up. You just want to claim that you didn't know. You're like, no, I didn't know. I wasn't aware. I've already debunked this claim. My message to her was genuine. Okay, fuck off. Silvervale was not beat down progressively over years for no reason by me or Red. Silvervale is implying that she had a problem with me for a long time. Yeah, and you kept fucking trying to get at her. Like, it's almost like you were trying to fucking, I don't know. It does come off kind of like an extended harassment in the sense that it's like someone who doesn't want to associate with you, but they won't stop trying to associate. Like, they won't stop trying to contact you. At some point, yeah, she probably should have been direct, but at some point, maybe you should use your brain and realize it. The ship tag shit is stupid, though. That's stupid. I like how that's the one thing that like Sinder will agree to. I agree that I didn't mean for my tag to be considered a ship tag, but Silver was valid for thinking this, and I agreed with her. No, that was stupid. No, that was stupid for both. Both of you are stupid for thinking that. You're both stupid. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Who cares if she retweeted it? It's not a big deal. I don't know why she'd lie about that if that's the case, but who cares? Okay, so Cinder's manager messaged Yoshi. I don't know why they messaged Yoshi. Maybe because they didn't want to message my mom. Yeah, okay. It's all the ship tag shit. I don't really care about that. Okay. The TwitchCon photo. Okay, let's hear this one.
And then there's the TwitchCon picture, and I don't want people to get the wrong idea about it. Like, you go to TwitchCon to get a picture with your streamer if it's like a meet and greet. That's totally normal most of the time. Like, you don't have to ask. It's sweet when you do, but it's kind of expected. You're in like a public place, you're gonna get a picture taken, especially if you're just like on a screen. But the fact that it was like a candid picture from far away at the perfect angle to make it look good, and then insinuate that we were closer, like wolf girls together, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know you. I want you to leave me alone. Like, leave me alone.
I want you to leave me alone. Like, leave me alone. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious. I don't know how you guys didn't pick up on the hint. The picture wasn't taken in, or the picture was taken in a moment. It wasn't pre-planned. Silvervale never told me to leave her alone. He did the opposite just days later. If someone says, yeah, contact me whenever, and they stop talking to you, what do you think they mean? What do you think their actual meaning is? Now, think hard here. Think real hard. And that's the reason I haven't done any meet and greets since then, because I've been so scared. I know it's really, really fucked up and stupid, but I didn't want to deal with it again because you're trapped and you can't run away. Like, I didn't want her to talk to me again. I was so scared. I wanted to go to TwitchCon in person and give people hugs and sign merch and stuff. And then it's like, what if she's there? How do I get out of that? Like, and I didn't want to deal with it, so I didn't do it. If Silver was truly scared of me coming to talk to her and showering her with comments like I did, could have told Mythic not to let me join in her meet and greet again if they didn't want me there. I mean, that doesn't necessarily prove that. She could have done this, she could have done that. You could have also just fucking stopped contacting her. I don't know. That doesn't, like, you can't say she didn't do this action, therefore she wasn't actually, like, afraid of seeing me. That doesn't necessarily compute. Okay, I don't know if it makes me pathetic or feel pathetic. I don't know. I don't like feeling pathetic. Like, to be scared of someone like this, but I feel really stupid. I could never say anything, because, like, if you talk about how someone gives you weird vibes, and you just come off like petty or something. But like, she made me so fucking uncomfortable constantly. And I was very clear, I was very direct, like, I just don't want to be your friend. Don't want to talk to you. I said it as nicely as I could. This does sound like there's a message that she claims she sent that it doesn't really seem like she sent, so that's a little weird. It could be she sent it, and maybe if Sinder, because you know Cinder's not to be trusted here. Maybe she did send something like this and Sinder deleted it. Or she sent it to Red and Red deleted it, or Red just didn't show anyone it. You know, there's possibilities of deception in this document. No shit, because she admitted as such that she deceptively said shit in her earlier apology that were lies. She admitted to being lies in this document. So it's like, I can't trust that you're necessarily presenting everything without some sort of deception. Like, she reached out to my manager to try and get a collab, which was so uncomfortable. And it made me so stressed and anxious. It was like going to your parent or teacher to pressure you even more. It's like, that's an extra step above. Like, who does that? You could have messaged me. Like, the fact that you go to my manager that you know I'm going to have a hard time saying no to was just so uncomfortable. The one and only time I messaged Silver myself to do something together about a year earlier, she never responded. So why did you go to her manager then? It wasn't about a stream collab just to hang out offline. I wasn't friends with her on Discord, so I couldn't. So she didn't respond to your earlier attempt. So you go above her head to her manager? Like, just think about it. Why? Why? There's, like, at some point you must think, they're not messaging me. There must be a reason they're not messaging me. Like, when does that cross your mind? No, I didn't know Silver would have a hard time saying no to her talent manager. Well, this is also something they don't seem to understand. It's like, sometimes people have trouble saying no to people they're in business with. Just like Nano, whether you believe it or not, Nano had trouble saying no to you and Red. That's how you're like, no, it's not possible we manipulated her. It's not possible we pressured her or coerced her. What other reason would she have to go find some other third party to be a stand-in between her and you guys? Just because maybe she had a problem bringing up these issues. Maybe she had a problem saying no to you guys about certain things. I don't know. And I was like very clear. I was very clear. I said I'm flattered by the persistence because god fucking damn it, she was persistent. But I just didn't want it. Like, you should be allowed to just not want to talk to someone. Like, why did it have to be me when I was very clearly not interested? I think she made herself clear. She made herself clear indirectly. Like, I'd understand that you were confused maybe at first, like the first couple of times, but it's like 2 years later, we're in 2024, you still didn't fucking get a clue? Yeah, alright. She ghosted you. Hey, that's a fucking great hint. You get ghosted, that's a great fucking hint. Yeah, okay. You're just no, this didn't happen. Yeah, okay. Like, to go to the extent that she did to just harass me in weird ways, it was really bad. And like, there were all these little things, you know, like little things that was just like, I don't really like this. I wish this would just stop, but like, I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Like, I just accepted this is just how it is, you know? And I tried to get away from it as much as I could. I distanced myself. I tried not to address it and just do my own thing. She just wouldn't leave me alone. True. I think this is factual. Factual as fuck. The shit you showed us, the shit you put in the document shows you just kept trying to initiate contact with her for some reason. And it was clear she wasn't reciprocating. I don't understand why she was so obsessed. Like, I'm sure there were other people that didn't talk to her. Why did it matter so much that I didn't? It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, okay. No, I wasn't obsessed. No, I wasn't, no. I just wouldn't leave her alone for years. And I like to keep bringing it up. She said, I'm down if you want to message or anything, though. She said this, therefore, everything else is null and void, right? You said the magic phrase, everything else is null and void. That's not how that works. It's amazing how two-faced she was and how well she hit everything. I accepted her decision when she told me she didn't want to collab, and after the one time I asked, she hid that from the public. Did she though? I think this is like I think you're projecting here. Two-faced, huh? Damn, these are long fucking segments here. And I keep hearing the story that I hated her. I never hated her. I just didn't want her around me. Like, I respected that she was so business oriented. Like, it sucks, but I respected that, you know? She was a go-getter. She was very business oriented, and that was very admirable and impressive, you know, like to grow so much so fast. And she seemed really driven, but she wasn't interested in associating with her. Yeah, okay. Yada, yada, yada. It's obvious Silvervale had a problem with me for years. She did not respect me enough to even respond to my messages. Even to tell me, maybe she didn't want to tell you fucking off. Why do people have to tell you off for you to fucking stop talking to them? Yeah, consider that. I do think she probably should have said something vaguely, like, can you please stop talking to me? But it's like, why do they have to reach the point of being rude for you to stop talking to them? Kept making this claim that her actions towards me were like fueled by how often she saw us compared. A comparison that she originally even made with that fan art. So I don't know why she was surprised if you're the one that pushed that in the first place. Like, you were just a color swap of me, and you said that. You literally said, look, we're opposites. We're so cute. Like, why are you surprised? And I heard these comparisons all the time too. All the fucking time. Constantly. I saw them in my chat. I saw them in Discord. I saw them on Twitter. I saw them constantly all the time. But I would never do this. Like, if just being compared to me is the reason you go around telling everyone that I hate you and you slander me all the time because we were compared, like, it's fucked up. When I saw those things, sure, I get fucking sad. Like, how can you not get sad when people are calling you this other person, the better version of you, and always asking, why don't you just collab with so-and-so? You're so much alike, and you remind me of so much of blah, blah, blah. Like, I get it. Or, sorry, like, I get sad, but I just think about how I could do better and put my little fucking horse blinders on and, like, be in my little bubble and do my own shit. I would never lash out or try to ruin someone's career. Like, people get compared all the time, but no one fucking does this. It's insane. The response is, you wore a revealing dress, so you deserve what happened. That's not what she's saying, bro. You yourself opened up a dialogue of, we are similar. So no shit, like, this was early on. So no shit, people are gonna be like, hey, you guys are similar. She's right. And you kept bringing it up. And you, like, it was like constant in your brain, like you wouldn't let it go. It's baffling that it went on for fucking years, like actual years in the background, just silently tormenting me, like ruining so many projects. Like, I didn't even know how. I thought I was unlucky, you know? Like, it just kept happening. And I was like, oh, okay, that sucks. But, you know, I'll find another artist. I'll think of something. Yeah. It was my fucking birthday, dude. Like, I was... nothing went on for years. I didn't ruin any projects. She blamed me for everything that went wrong with her. Bitch, you just showed a history of your shit with her going back to like 2020. What the fuck do you mean it didn't go on for years? You showed like all this shit before you were even a VTuber. It was my fucking birthday, dude. Like, I was cringe. I don't know, but like, birthdays are important and it was really special. And Nano would come to me originally with that model, like that. It makes it so fucked up because Like, I originally didn't even ask for a model. She came to me and she was like, I learned all this stuff and I love your model so much. I really want to give you another one with all the new things I can do and a new live 2D shit. And I was like, okay, sure. Like, it's almost my birthday. It would be amazing to have you do my birthday model. And we sketched it and it was beautiful. It was so beautiful, then it just got taken away. But finding out that you literally took it away from me because it's something I would be happy about. It's something that meant something to me. That's so fucked up. Like, it's just so evil. Like, it's so comically evil. It's insane. And this went on for years, like years. I had no fucking idea any of this was happening. Yeah. And then you're gonna, again, trudge out the exact same shit again. I'm not gonna bother reading it. Yeah. I've been contacted by other artists after my doc came out. I guess I'm really glad that I put that part in there about worrying that she had been saying things about me, because that was true apparently. They told me that she had told them that I hated her and I was this malicious person and that was so mean. I just hated her so much. Like, usually conveniently right after doing a project or art piece or something with me, that got traction and she didn't like it. And they told me that hearing that made them less inclined to work with me again because they think I'm this evil, terrible person. Because why would she say that if it wasn't true? Like, they would just lie about, or like, why would you lie about someone? And it's happened so much. Like, it wasn't just Nano, it was so many other people. All right, she has a problem with so many. Okay, fuck you. Just prove it. Prove they said this. Prove they said. Fuck you. You don't deserve it. I didn't want to destroy Silvervale or a career I didn't try to. Then why? Okay, the gamer sub shit. You wanted to get your gamer sub artwork out, your waifu cup, right before hers. Right before. You had to eke out just barely in front of hers. You had to be first. That 100% is malicious. You can also argue business. You can also argue that's a business decision, but it's also malicious. Silvervale repeated Shylyly's claims that I took zero accountability in my apology, yet I apologized the most to Silvervale. I called myself unapologetically evil towards her. Didn't go into detail on the interactions. You did. You fucking... Everyone who read that document, everyone who looked at the document came away with the impression that you scapegoated Red, you threw everything on him, and then you kind of dipped by saying, nah, he's gone now. They're right. They're right. That's the impression I got out of it. Like, it's pretty, like, how can you not recognize that? You don't take accountability. Every time you mention anything vaguely about yourself doing something wrong, it's always then attributed to someone else doing something wrong. It's almost always attributed to someone else being at fault in some way. Like, you're incapable of, like, having any accountability just to yourself and only yourself. It's nice to know the reason why I kept getting kicked down constantly. I just thought I was really unlucky. Yeah, like, relieved. I'm relieved to know what was happening. I don't think I'm not like a problematic person. This is a useless response by her. I don't even know why she put this here. Anyway, this is getting redundant. This is looping. Is there anything worth reading in here? I don't know why Silvervale dragged gamersubs into this conversation other than to look considerate to them and her audience. I don't know. I like that she keeps going, I did not step on her. I did not beat her down from the shadows. I did not hit, you know, just like, let me look at everything she says and go, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. What a crazy thing for Silvervale to say. She has to think this would come out eventually. What? This was their life. Like, the diehard fans that buy merch and say you're their Oshi. Like, you are the hugest part of someone's life, and that is a big responsibility to be someone that they can be proud of, that they can love forever, and to just throw that away is so fucked up. To not even think about them, to just think about the dollars that they can give you, and not think about how this would affect them, and what they would do when they find out all of this, because she had to think they would find out eventually, right? Like, did she think they would they could do this forever? Was the plan always to have Red as a scapegoat? I don't know. It would make sense, I guess, but she'd have to think it would come out eventually. This is a terrible response. What a crazy thing for Silvervale to say. She'd have to think this would come out eventually. What kind of a no you response? Damn, this is like when you lose all fucking creativity, so all you do is repeat the same thing back. Fucking trash. That's awful. Come on, at least be creative. Where's the evidence of the other artists? No, I'm not giving it to you. I'm just gonna say it. Nothing went on for years. Never mind the fact that I've linked stuff that happened from 2020 all the way down to fucking 2025. And then with the nano stuff, it went from like 2023 all the way to 2025. Like, nothing went on for years. Never mind that everything happened on different years. Okay. Nano lied. Nano wasn't abused. She wasn't manipulated. Okay. Cool. Great refutation there. The fact that Silvervale is saying it sucked to be compared is funny. Because she was never harassed the way I was. What makes you think that? You guys are saying you're similar, right? What the fuck makes you think you weren't comparably compared? She was never blue Sinder like I was red Silvervale. If only there was a way we could have made the comparisons between us stop. Why do you think collaborating would have made the comparison stop? If not, that would have made it happen more often. If people saw you guys next to each other, there'd be even more comparisons. Silver goes on to blame me for her community apparently leaving hers and becoming Pyro Pups, as if they couldn't be fans of both. Maybe her community leaving could have had something to do with her choosing to change her stream time to mornings instead of nights. Did she do that because of me? Possibly. Do you stream at night? Maybe she wanted another thing to avoid. Maybe she's like, oh, you stream at night? Alright, I'm gonna avoid that then. You were also grabbing mods from her a little bit, right? You got mod... How did you get mod 1? I forget how that happened. You know, maybe people can stop being so fake. I don't know if they will, but you can hope. I guess it's not hard to be a good person. It's really not. It's so much more effort to lie and manipulate people. And how did that not get stressful, you know? Like, how do you not feel bad at least a little bit? This is the most ironic thing she said. Wow, cool. Another no you. Another no you. Alright. Pedal Pups and Pedal Pals. Did she get the Pyro Pups from that too? I don't know. I don't know what I inspired and what I didn't, but there's a lot of things like her art tag. So many things that I don't know. I have no idea, but who the fucking knows anymore, bro? I don't want to think about it. It's weird, dude. Well, thank you for the sub, Lily. Lily has been so sweet. She's such a fantastic person. She's been a rock for all of us through all of this. Yeah. I mean, Pyro Pups, I don't know. Did Pedal Pups come first or Pedal Pals? Pyro Pups seems an awful lot like that. I don't know. This feels a little bit like you want to wear her skin. Like you're ripping off her that much. It does kind of seem like that a little bit. Yeah, I don't get the thing about... She thinks she told her very obviously to stay away, but... Yeah, I don't know why it never shows. That could be deceptive on... Both of them could be deceptive on this. Who knows who is telling the truth here. But one of them seems more likely to be telling the truth. Like, I'm less likely to believe Sinder after all this. I'm more likely to believe Silver maybe sent something, and either... Sinder didn't get it, or deleted it, or Red got it and deleted it. You know, something's going on. Neoners. Did Neon know a bit? I won't go into her side, but she met Sinder at a party and she had told her something very catty and snide, and it stuck with her. And it bothered her for a long time. I think she mentioned he got a backhanded comment. It was really fucked up. Like, it was a really fucked up thing to say. So Sinder says, I spoke to Neoners at a party in Axe. I don't know what that is. In the summer of 2023, and it couldn't have been more than 15 minutes. I'd like to know what stuck with her because I don't remember her saying anything remotely similar to what's being described here. I can't imagine I would have when I was sitting directly across from her. This is the first time I've ever met her and spoken to her, and I'd never had any ill feelings towards her. We've spoken briefly. Okay, well, I guess you'd have to ask her. Another, what could have possibly stopped these comparisons? Yeah, why do you think a collab? Why do you think taking both of you, putting you in front of viewers would stop comparisons? That just doesn't have any basis in reality. There's no basis in reality where that would make the comparison stop. You are a fucking idiot if you think that somehow would just make them disappear. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. The very next day, Silvervale chose to talk more about my fan art from 2021. Instead of correcting her story from the day before, she doubled down on lying. Okay, maybe using your language from earlier, she genuinely believes what she's saying, and this is from her perspective, you know? Maybe. But Jesus Christ, why? You've already responded to her document. You've already responded to everyone's fucking document. Why do you feel the need to respond to their fucking response streams too? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm just skipping this shit. Like, okay, well, let's get a conclusion here. In conclusion, Silvervale, I'm not jealous, or I was not jealous of Silvervale. I did not obsess over Silvervale. I did not copy Silvervale. For years, I have been harassed for being her lesser half, and my existence was discounted as a poor ripoff of someone else. The lengths people went to convince themselves I did everything to copy Silvervale throughout my career, down to copying her laugh, are the same lengths my friends must have gone to. The world is a fucking conspiracy to hurt you, right? That I was somehow sabotaging them for years. Neither was true. My insecurities about these comments ate at me for so long, I've had to go to similar lengths just to avoid getting harassed over these comparisons. I've only ever wanted to get along with Silver, but I got off on the wrong foot with her because of my mistake in my original fan art post. You never forgot that. You think that's the reason? Once it was apparent that Silvervale wasn't willing to show me the kindness and respect I showed her, or she just didn't want to fucking talk to you, and that I couldn't expect her to help in ending these hateful comparisons. It would not have helped, you fucking moron. I resorted to agreeing with Red to ask now. So your options were, I'm going to repeatedly harass her to get her to eventually talk to me. I'm going to try and force her manager to get her to talk to me. Oh, she doesn't want to talk to me? Okay, that's it. Now we got to ban her from using our artist. Like, what the fuck is wrong? When do you just have neutral? Why not just neutral? Why not just stop fucking talking about her? Stop talking to her. Stop doing anything related to her. Why was that not even in your brain? Eventually, one of the biggest things that we were compared over wouldn't be an issue anymore. What we did was wrong, no matter how Silvervale treated me. But she quite literally lost on nothing due to my action. I like how, okay, again, you can't apologize without changing it. You can't apologize about being, but what we did was wrong. But no, she can't complain though. She can't complain. I didn't have a problem with Silvervale herself because of other people's comments about us. My problem was with the way she treated me, opposite to what she said to me when I did nothing to warrant it. What? She pretended to be friendly, then ghosts me. She was being nice. That doesn't mean she actually wants to talk to you. You're like the type of person who thinks like the person at the fucking... You think the waitress is being nice to you because she wants to get with you. You think the fucking... Like, people are sometimes nice just to be polite. That does not mean they want further interactions with you. Restricted me from her chat, blacklisted anything to do with me, all without ever saying a word directly to me about how she felt. And you feel like you're owed that. You feel like you're owed that for some reason. Regardless of how I felt about Silvervale, I never did anything so petty to her. I made fan art of us. I wanted to hang out offline. I asked to collab over the 2 years. That was too much for her. Yeah. You didn't want to do any of that. You wouldn't stop. She claimed she was very direct. That's the part where I'm like, I don't know. Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. But there's no evidence she was. So, whatever. Silvervale is the master. Oh, it's another fucking manipulative master. It's another master manipulator. A mastermind. An evil mastermind. Emotional manipulator. Damn. How do you keep finding these people? I don't get it. Sinder, how do you keep finding these evil mastermind, master emotional manipulators? How is it that everyone you meet is just a master manipulator? How does that happen? Silvervale claimed I was a narcissistic manipulator. Then I don't know. I don't even know how she described Silvervale. She but why can't I talk? I'm fucking up here. She effortlessly lied directly to her audience she claims to care so much about through her crocodile tears. She manipulated them into giving her the support she felt I was taking from her for years. On stream, she would lie about me, then manipulate her viewers by saying how awful and stressful everything was and how awful or how uncomfortable and anxious I made her. She repeated the exact same thing over and over again, turning me into the big bad wolf I never was and ending with how much she cared about and loved her fans. She manipulated the majority of her mod team against me, and even emotionally manipulated one of her mods for the sin of trying the best to help her out with something she asked for help with. Silver couldn't take accountability for her own actions towards me and lied about them to everyone when I was already taken down. Or when I was already down. I thought she put out her document at the same time. No? Didn't she put it down with them? It wasn't after you're already down. It was part of the original push, I thought. Silver had to lie about everything she experienced with me because if she told the truth, it'd show her being at fault, not me. There was literally no reason to lie about what happened with my fan art from 2021. I was already canceled, but Silvervale wanted to make me look worse for no other reason than she could. She said anything she wanted about me because I was the only one who could refute it. I drew fan art of us and she took it personally and held it against me ever since. Silver's been so full of spite towards me that if she wants to claim she wasn't lying about everything, then she's deluded herself into believing an alternative reality, a twisted fan fiction where I've been the cause of all the problems, her own personal comic book villain. She was never willing to bury the hatchet until she was able to bury it in my back. How can anyone trust anything Silvervale says after this? Well, you've been proven a lie, she hasn't been, so, you know. How can anyone trust Sinder after what she's done? Probably a better question. Okay, Silvervale resented me for what she saw as me trying to use her, stealing her viewers' mods away from her, and being just as successful as her in my own right, despite being her quote-unquote copy. She became adamant to turn her mods against me, remove all mentions of me from her Discord server and Twitch chat, refuse to do something as small as reply to each other on Twitter. You're not owed any of this. You're not owed any of this. She doesn't have to fucking do anything with you. Couldn't bring herself to even thank me by name when I rated her. She doesn't want to associate with you. Stop. She can only see my words and actions in petty, threatened way she chose to interpret them in. I was nothing but kind to her for years, and instead of years, suddenly years shows up. You said this was not over years, but suddenly years shows up. Instead of just telling me to fuck off, like you want to just harass her until she tells you to fuck off, and you think that's a normal interaction? She truly felt that she was two-faced and lied to her chat about her willingness to be direct. She pretended to not be supportive, or not see my supportive messages to her for months, while she lied to her mods about me and soft-banned me in her chat, simply saying hi every now and then. Yeah, what the fuck? Leave her alone. Expressed she didn't like getting harassed over comparisons to me either, but she never could acknowledge that simply getting along could have helped. End that for both of us. No, it wouldn't. It would have made it more. It would have made it worse. I never expected her to do anything with me, just to treat me like a person. And you're not owed that either. She doesn't need to treat you like... She doesn't even need to fucking acknowledge you exist. Or at least she tried not to, but you wouldn't stop. She was seething over my existence alongside her and blamed me for... Maybe... Okay. Maybe she didn't like your existence. Maybe she didn't like that you were copying her. And she was trying her best just to be cordial, to ignore it, to let it pass. And you refused. You persistently refused to allow her to do that. And blamed me for every inconvenience she suffered in her career ever since I wrote Silvervale in a long deleted tweet. But she claimed she was the one that broke my brain. Maybe if she looked in the mirror instead of glaring over at me for 4 years, she would recognize the problem. That's rich coming from you. Just like every other situation I've discussed in this document, the issues with Silvervale were due to a severe lack of communication, a refusal to communicate. Silvervale didn't start my cancellation, but once it was in motion, she jumped on board to throw as much fuel onto the fire as she could. Ever since her years-long abuser was taken out of the picture, Silvervale reclaimed her community from me. She's been much more active than she's ever been, now doing hand cam streams and even planning to cosplay. She's been profiting off all the lies she told about me, just like Nano, who's making a brand new model for her right now. Good. Good. If you are the manipulative liar bitch, they deserve all that. They deserve having great things. They deserve it. So, you haven't really convinced anyone you aren't a liar, manipulative bitch. So. Alright, so she chooses to end it with a pattern of behavior speculation. You couldn't... Why end on the fucking conclusion, you stupid hoe? End on the conclusion. Fuck you. Silvervale does not like me, it's very clear. By her own behavior, over the past few years, her own mods and accounts, and her lies. Okay, my second debut anniversary was on 6/5/2024. It was very likely evidenced by her own words on stream and on account of one of her longtime mods that she canceled her stream. Okay, cool. Why is this down here? Alright, cool. Alright, can you get to the point? Her debut, alright, got it. Alright, another thing I noticed was the unusual amount of similarities in our beach background environments, which were both done by the same artist. Could it be the similarities are because it's the same artist? It is similar, yeah, I'll say you got the waterfall here, you got the water in the middle, you got a floaty, but it's like, how many variations of beach pool property can you do? By the same artist. Maybe the artist just wasn't very creative. I don't know. Screenshot from our debut stream with our beach bar overlay. Those are different though. Screenshot of my debut. What was the years on hers? Hers is from June 2025, I see. Okay. And if she didn't make it clear, Silvervale prefers not to do collabs. Doesn't want any transactional relationships. Yeah. Shylily over here saying, oh, basically she's advertising a collab with Silvervale. Okay. So you're saying, oh, she doesn't want to do collabs. She doesn't want to have transactional relationships. Maybe it's not a transactional relationship then. Wouldn't that be the logical conclusion? Birds of a feather. Birds of a feather. Oh my god, damn, poetic. Wow, you're so poetic. You're gonna get so many people back with your poetry? Your poeminess? I don't know, your poetry. Anyway. That's the end of the fucking Silvervale section. Jesus Christ. We got Aruuu here. This one's fairly short. It's mostly screenshots. I don't really know what the point of this is. Aruuu's tweets for reference. Okay, so this is just for reference, I guess. Aruuu was the person who said they were going to ask Silver if they would do a collab with Aruuu and with the Sinder, and then they at some point said, okay, I didn't actually send it. I guess this is the important one. Wait, how long was this? I hadn't planned on tweeting anything about this until I saw Sinder's apology. While I wasn't hurt to the extent others were, it's clear now that I was lied to and used, not treated as a friend, but as a tool. I first met Sinder during Twitch Rivals tournament and really looked up to her. We hit it off, messaged a lot, and got even closer at TwitchCon 2022, where I spent most of the day with her and Red. At one point, she noticed I was mutuals with Silver, someone I admired since meeting here at PAX. I asked if I could introduce her. I thought she was just a fan like I was. Sinder invited me to go with her to Silvervale's meet and greet. It meant a lot to me. As someone who didn't grow up with many social invitations due to being homeschooled in a foreign country, that gesture felt special. But looking back, I realized she only invited me because she thought I could give her access to Silvervale. After I introduced them, Sinder pushed me to ask Silvervale for a collab. I'm someone who rarely initiates collabs. I prefer to build friendships off stream first and let things happen naturally. Still, I went out of my comfort zone to help because I believed she genuinely admired Silvervale. Now I know that wasn't true. I realized she was actually harboring resentment the whole time. Makes me feel completely used. I wasn't a person to her, just a connection. I did message Silvervale about the collab the first time, but when Sinder followed up again, I brushed it off because I didn't want to pressure her. Over time, I started noticing that Sinder didn't treat me like a real friend, more like a means to an end. Sometimes she made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me, and I can't help but think it's because I didn't push her harder for the collab. By 2023, our interactions had nearly stopped. Still, I tried to keep things friendly in DMs, IRL, because I didn't know how to stand up for myself or set boundaries. This seems to be commonplace with these VTubers/artists. That changed now for obvious reasons. It's hard to say, but Sinder's apology doesn't feel genuine. Especially not towards Silvervale. The truth is, Sinder isn't the only one who makes others in this space feel used or small. People like her, Yaki, and others made me feel that the best choice for myself was to step away from VTubing entirely. It made me afraid to build new connections. But as I said yesterday, there are good people in this space, and they're the ones worth holding on to. Don't let the bad ones stop you from being your genuine self. In my community, I think I'd like to try coming back to VTubing. When we talked about it last night, hearing how much you all loved VTubing streams hit me hard. It made me realize I gave up on something I loved just because of the shitty, awful people who poisoned the space for me. They're the friends I pulled away from because I'm trying to protect my peace. I'm sorry. I'd love the chance to reconnect and rebuild those friendships. I started VTubing because I believed in the joy, creativity of this community. It's heartbreaking to see the spirit dimmed by people. Take advantage of others' kindness. Hold them accountable, call it out. What I went through wasn't nearly as intense as what Nanoless experienced, but I do understand how hard it is to say no to a friend, especially when they make you feel like you're the only one who can help. I truly hope everyone affected by Sinder can heal and move forward, and I'm sorry for any negativity the situation has brought up from my side as well. So this is the part she posted after the apology. Wait, I thought this one was after the apology. This was on the same day. This was like the next day. Okay. All the kind words really mean a lot to me. I've been reading messages from friends, acquaintances, especially in my community, and I'm so thankful for the messages and possibly coming back to VTubing. I've genuinely cried reading some of the replies, and they've affected me very deeply in a very good way. I love you all very much. Thank you for everything. And that said, I do want to address something, especially for the Pyro Pups who are hurting so deeply right now. I understand wanting to defend her, but for those asking why post this, why stir things up, she didn't do anything wrong, she was just trying to network. I'm going to clear that the entire reason I spoke up in the first place was to show that it wasn't just Red behaving this way. That's a good point. Because she did. Her apology document was all about how Red's bad, Red gone, right? So it wasn't just Red behaving this way. I only understood her motive with me after Silvervale shared her document. Then seeing her apology, where she shifted all the blame onto Red, I felt it was important to step in. Not just to support Silvervale's story, which honestly spoke for itself given how many people were affected, but also to point out that her apology wasn't honest. Even while holding deep hatred towards Silvervale, she still used me, and likely others, to try and force a collaboration with her, all while pretending it came from a place of love and respect. This wasn't Red's idea, and it wasn't something he pushed. Pyro Pups and everyone affected by this, again, I truly hope you find healing. I know how heavy it feels right now. It won't be easy, but I believe in you. Keep holding on to that flame, that kindness, and that positivity. It's not going anywhere. Trust that y'all got this, and the entirety of the VTubing community is supporting you. Fire emoji. I see. Okay, so we're just gonna break this down, I guess. I don't want to read all this. I'm gonna skip most of these screenshots here, but I'll cover the important stuff. Let's see. Aruuu took the opportunity to speak out against me and lie. Everyone's lying, claiming that I used her as a tool to get to Silvervale, and that's all she ever was to me. I met Aruuu during the Twitch Rivals event. Yeah, she already said that. I met her in person with Red at TwitchCon the following month. At the con, she mentioned she knew Silvervale while we were sitting at the by the V Shoujo booth. This was the first time I learned this, and I didn't notice they were mutuals like she claimed. I told her I was planning to go. It's such petty. Like, who cares about that difference? I had nothing against Silvervale at this time. This happened. I wasn't motivated by my deep hatred. I chose to invite Aruuu to come because I was nervous to see her myself, but I was going either way. Red was with us, but he stepped away to the side when we saw Silver. While Aruuu, Red, and I were waiting in line for right after the meet and greet, Aruuu was the one who suggested the idea of a canine collab. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's true. Between us two and Silver, even though she claimed I pushed it onto her in her tweets, since it was a verbal conversation 3 years ago, I don't have any evidence. Oh. Other than Red and you, and no one's going to trust that. Yeah. However, Red told this exact thing to Nano in May of 2023. I mean, probably because that's how you presented it to Red. That's how Red remembers it. That's how you remember it. Probably because you guys discussed it, and that's how you guys, I guess, eventually talked about it. Aruuu wanted to ask Silver if the two of them and Sinder could do a Wolf Girl collab. It also could have been like you guys verbally talked about it, like, yeah, that'd be so cool, and then, you know, but she wasn't actually serious about doing it. After the con, I asked Aruuu about the idea to see if she was serious, and she happily asked Silver about it. Happily asked her about it? I thought at some point she claimed she never asked. At the start of December, I asked Aruuu about the collab again to see if she'd heard anything about it. She said, let me message her right now, which she admitted was a lie in her tweet. Aruuu never said anything about it and didn't ask her again. There's no way change my my friendship or view of Aruuu. She said by 2023, our interactions nearly stopped. But yet, we continued to message each other on and off for 8 months. Maybe it's the on and off part that she's saying nearly stopped, bro. On and off isn't quite the same as, you know, being in contact. I even asked her to voice in one of my lore videos in May of 2023, and when she was hesitant about being a part of it, I reassured her that I still wanted her to be in it, I assume. It was around that time that Aruuu fell out of VTubing and we grew apart. The last messages in our DMs were from her asking me about doing IT escape room. The escape room at TwitchCon that year. Although I never replied to her directly, us and a group of friends did plan and do the Saw escape room that year, which was organized in a separate Discord server. Okay. I have no idea what she's talking about when she said tweet that saying Sinder made it clear IRL. She didn't even like me. I would see Aruuu at conventions and events. Every time I've interacted with her, I always treat her as a friend. She hasn't messaged me. I haven't messaged her. But now it's because I was always just using her to get to Silvervale. I messaged her about the collab she had the idea for twice ever. Almost a year before we stopped talking. Silver had no obligation to do any of this. And I didn't hold the fact that the collab never happened against Aruuu. Her suddenly thinking she liked to come back to VTubing in the same tweet that she lied about me when it was popular to do so is extremely opportunistic. That I do agree. That does feel like she's taking advantage, but hey, whatever. Whatever. Maybe she is. I don't know. I don't know, Aruuu. Below is the entirety of my DMs with Aruuu. I don't really care about your DMs with Aruuu, so that's fine. So I'm gonna skip most of this. Like, see if there's anything interesting. K9 girlies. Yeah, that's the picture. Silver responded to that on Twitter. Yep, you asked her. screenshot of Aruu's DMs with Silver that she sent. Okay. Alright. The collab Aruuu and I planned together. Messages between... Okay. Almost 2 years after TwitchCon, I asked Aruuu if she'd ever heard of Silvervale about the collab. Yeah, okay. Alright, so that's the end of that. That's a quick one. Spites. Well, I think maybe I should call it. Maybe I should get some sleep and then I'll come back to this. So, I'll come back and finish this document. I mean, to you, it's going to be very quick. It's going to be a very quick flip. But for me, I will be asleep for a few hours. Anyway. Alright, let's finish this document. Let's finish this document. We got just the spite section and then a couple pages left. Where she... Well, Sinder will address her audience, so let's go ahead. So Spite also released a document. They have the reference here. Also posted on 426. My experience with Sinder. Alright. I'm very sorry to Spite for the harassment she's gotten over the years for absolutely no reason other than being similar to me. Really? Is it another, like, Silver situation? Silver Sinder, but now it's Spite? Okay. I know how it feels to be called a copy or inferior version of someone else when you know it's not true. I disliked Spite for what I thought was her copying me. And I was harassed for being similar to her too. Just not nearly to the degree I was with Silvervale. I never reached out to talk about things, or to talk things out with Spite, and I should have. I'm sorry. I've never condoned or told anyone to harass any other creator, even if I've ever held anything against them myself. Okay. I lied when talking about Spite in my apology. I knew Red... See, here's what I kept saying. Like, she admits to lying in the previous doc, which is why we can't trust anything in this document, so... But I lied when talking about Spite in my analogy. Sorry. My apology. The 427 apology document. I knew Red had talked to Nano about her in 2023. He had gone as far as to ask her not to work with Spite. It was not something I had anything to do with. Yeah, you did. Your manager, you work with your manager. Your manager had everything to do with it. So yes, it was something you technically had to do with it, you know? But I was okay with it after he told me Nano agreed. I lied so I wouldn't make things worse for myself and admit to being unknowingly excluded from working with Nano because of how I felt about her. I believe Spite was contacted by Shylily and compelled to make a public statement about me. It's made up of allegations without evidence and it's purely based on conjecture. You already just said, here's why she might not like me. Here's why she might have reason to, you know, make a doc against me. And then you're like, well, I think Shylily put her up to this, you fucking idiot. No. You just gave a perfectly good motive for why she might be doing this. It's made up of allegations without evidence purely based off conjecture. She's profited off these baseless accusations since making them against me. If Spite was never shown the screenshots of Red asking Nano not to work with her, which I feel Spite would have included in her document, then she made her statement over one screenshot of Red's DMs talking about her from May of 2023. Yeah, but you admitted already. You already admitted she did that you did this to her. She doesn't have all the evidence, and she might just be going off of conjecture, but you admit that she has something to be upset about. Who cares if she was shown screenshots or not? At no point have I ever stolen or copied anything from Spite besides Red. I've only talked about my grievances with Spite to a handful of friends. Gee, and word can get out. Following her on Twitter is the extent Red and I have ever been, quote-unquote, watching her, and I haven't cared about what she has or was up to beyond mid-2023. I moved past all of this a long time ago, and I wish no ill wills towards Spite. Okay. So, copying Spite. The first thing I want to show is the evidence that I didn't copy Spite's designs or outfits at any point, including the Blue Fire merch artwork I have of myself. The original design on December 16th, 2020, my original character design was finished. Okay, we've seen these images before. This is when she originally commissioned it. I posted my full reference sheet on Twitter for the first time. Okay, so this was all in February 2021. Well, actually, this is December when they were emailing about it. But she posted about it on February. Okay. Spite made her Twitter account in May of 2021, about 3 months after my post. In June of 2021, I posted my PNG model. that I was using to stream from 6/15/2021 until my model debut a year later on 6/25/2022. It had an alternate blue version I used sometimes. I see. Okay. The alternate blue fire. Okay, fine. My first ever VOD in YouTube Studio with the upload date was June 15th. Okay. As far as I could find, this was the first time Spite ever posted her character design on Twitter. July 3rd. Okay. So yeah, that would be after. So we're now in November 2021. Since it's my more fantastical outfit, this was when I first brought the idea of my demon design to Nano. The idea came from seeing Fruit's evil alternate design a year earlier. Okay, we've seen this actually. We've definitely seen this one. And, okay, I believe you. The original demon design was finished about 4 months before my original model debut on 6/25/2022. This version of the design never became a model. Okay. You got the different, the blue variant, the red variant. The demon design was updated and the model was finally debuted on this date. July 15th, 2023. Okay. On June 14, 2022, Red gave Nano the references for my summer outfit in their DMs before I even debuted my first model in June 25th, 2022. It was designed to cover my overall designed bikini outfit to be safe to use on Twitch, which you can see the straps of the model's neck and hips in them. Okay, is that relevant? Is that important? Oh, okay. Because this is, I guess, what she's being compared to. Okay. Spite said she worked with her model artist on her new outfit. There is no fire in Spite's ears in this image of her, but they were on the final image when it debuted. So it sounds almost more like Spite copied your fire ears. Is that what you're getting at? Merch artwork. On November 12, 2022, I described what kind of artwork I was looking for to the artist. I asked for it to be partially grayscale, but with bright, colorful highlights and details. It's public knowledge who made this artwork, so I've chosen not to censor their name here. Alright, sure, I believe you. After receiving the first draft, I decided I wanted to try something with my blue flame coloration with limited color palette instead. Another artist I was working with on my merch art was making something with my normal orange flames. Okay, cool. What's the point? What's your point? I got it. Yeah, I believe you. The artwork was finished in December 2022. The artwork was finished for my merch shop, and that launched on Christmas 2022. The reason why a blue fire design was chosen was because my whole first merch drop was themed around 2 fire colors. I suggested the limited palette because I thought it'd be a good look for the clothing it was planned for. When it was done, I recognized that the finished piece could be mistaken for Spite, but I really liked how it came out and didn't want to change it. Any major changes to the art would have delayed the entire drop too. Heaven Hound outfit. So this is now in 2023. I submitted my commission request to design my Heaven Hound outfit to the artist. The request form opened 8/9/2023. It's public knowledge who designed this, so I chose not to censor the name. Okay, cool. I believe you. Spite designed her Greek goddess outfit on stream. This would have been in April 2024. Okay. Okay, so Fitzler, okay. About 4 months ago, Sinder debuted a Heaven Okami-inspired outfit that was white and gold resembling a Greek goddess in the background of the debut. Okay, at this point, I felt like nothing I could come up with would be even slightly original to me. I'm aware that nothing is completely original, but I still wanted my own identity. So Spite's document talks about... Even in Spite's document, it sounds like she came up with her thing afterwards. That's strange. Okay. On May 24th, 2024, the final design reference sheet was completed. This model debuted almost 7 months later. Okay, sure. Sleepy outfit. Okay, come on. Wait, is this... Who is this? This looks like Spite's avatar, right? The first time Red brought up the idea of a comfy gamer pajama outfit. Okay. I debuted a new model on April 20th, 2024 for my model mama, Aruuu VT. I got a hoodie with a cute design on top and had side bangs covering my eyes. On April 4th, 2025, Sinder debuted a sports hoodie with side bangs covering her eyes similar to mine. Huh. I can't tell which one this is, and that's kind of part of the problem, I guess, right? Red asked Nano about doing a pajama outfit to debut alongside the release of the AFK flavor on April 4th, 2025. Wouldn't that have been after? So this is Spites, I think, in April 2024. So then November 2024 is when Nano was asked by Red to do a similar pajama outfit. I guess it's not necessarily saying it's supposed to be similar. It's just, I guess it's going to come out similar. January 23rd, 2025, Red gave our references to Nano in our project server. Sure. Sleepy outfit. Ideas and refs. Okay. Here's the final model design. Our full outfits weren't shown in Spite's document. The only similarities between our outfits are that they both have hoodies with zippers, shorts, and hair over one eye. That, yeah, this is way different. I would argue this is different enough. Now, the problem, if you made a blue variant of this outfit, then I would be like, okay, I could see it. But no, this is different enough. Spite only showed these outfits close up to each other because when zoomed out, it's much easier to see. There's no basis for the accusation. Here's the image she used in her document. Well, to be fair, on stream, you're going to mostly see them zoomed in like this, right? On stream, this is mostly what you're going to show. But yeah, I think they're different enough anyway. Tweets. Here are the two instances Spite pointed out in her document when I tweeted at or around the same time as her own events. First time being one of my debut teaser tweets. The other one was an ASMR tweet. 2 days before my teaser tweet, Red messaged me, okay, with a teaser image. Sure. So tomorrow, this is Spite's advertisement for her thing, May 14th debut. And then Sinder's came out May 14th. Which, this is 10 a.m., this is 1:33 p.m. This could be, so it's enough time that it could be a response, though. So, yeah, maybe. I posted, I mean, I know she put the DMs to be like, no, Red was planning this before we even knew she was going to post, right? Because what, this is, the previous day, the 12th? May 12th, this is May 13th, so they're trying to say they were planning it before. Which is possible, I don't know. I don't think you copied. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I don't know. Maybe you copied some things, maybe you didn't. Either way, I don't think it's that important. In my apology, I said, the first thing Spite mentions in her document is the debut teaser in 2022 that was apparently posted on the same day as her original debut, which I honestly don't know if at the time this was intentional or not. I don't know when I first discovered Spite, and it could have been after she debuted. Okay, so you're even saying in your own apology that you don't know if you copied or not. You don't know if you intentionally tried to, like, or not copy, but you don't know if you intentionally tried to take some attention away from her, perhaps. I see. So Spite announced her first ASMR stream on 9/24/2022. Okay. So on the day of the stream, I posted art of Tashi and Sinder on Twitter to advertise my ASMR channel I was still trying to keep up with. Okay, this is too many coincidences, I think. You are definitely trying to steal some of her thunder. I had been working on a few new ASMR videos before this post was made, since it had been almost 2 months since my last upload. I always kept up with my 1 video per week ASMR schedule, but since debuting as Sinder, I hadn't been. 2 days after this post, I uploaded a new video, following by 2 more over the next couple of weeks. First tweet had nothing to do with Spites. I don't know. I think it's sus. There's one tweet I found that I made, that I know I made in spite of her. Ha ha ha, good pun. This was after 6 months of what I thought was Spite copying me and being compared to her and harassed for being similar. It was wrong and petty of me to do this. You intentionally tried to kind of fuck with her? I see, yeah. So on January 10th, Spite announced a new outfit. This is Spite's post. 2 days later, on the day of her debut of that outfit, I posted my blue merch artwork. Gee. Yeah, I mean, that's a bitch move. That's okay, you are 100% guilty of this. Come on now. Spite tweeted when she went live. Yeah, okay. So you did it like an hour before she went live too. Okay. Speculation, Spite copying me. Uh-oh. I would also like to show my point of view and why I thought Spite was the one copying me back in 2022 and early 2023, which led to Red asking Nano not to work with her. We were the only 2 prominent Hellhound and Cerberus-themed VTubers at the time all this occurred. This section should be considered speculation, the same as Spite's entire document was about me, Everything was presented here could have been sheer coincidence, and I don't have any evidence proving it otherwise. Spite's entire document, including the part where you deliberately told someone not to work with her? You admitted that was true, at least. You can't say her entire document is speculation. So, before 6/25/2022, Spite's designs with the one on the right debuting on 5/14. Okay. 2022. So then, a month later, a little over a month later, my original model debuted. Alright. Spite came into my chat to introduce herself, gave me bits, so she knew who I was. This was the first and only time she was in my chat. Here's my VOD showing this. I believe you. Okay. Spite's new model debuted in 9/3/2022. This is the one. This is the new model here, I guess. Okay, so it's an even newer model. Okay, and you're saying maybe this is her copying you? What? Because of the short skirt? That are okay. And then the leggings, the short skirt, the leggings, the tail with the tinge at the end, the fire in the boots, the fire in the hair, fire in the boots, fire in the ears/hair. I mean, I could see the many similarities. Yes. There's many differences, but I could see a lot of similarities. Okay. She said in her document it was worked on July 20th, 2022. There were no ear flames on Spite in this image. Okay, so this is the same model we see above, but it doesn't have the ear flames. See, so these were added later. So on 7/20, she shows her model, no ear flames. This shows up 6/25 with ear flames. So then a month later, she debuted with the ear flames. Okay, so I could see that being, I could certainly see that being a copy. Yes, I would say yes to that. I would agree. That seems likely at the very least. On May 14, 2022, my debut trailer, which happened to be posted on the same day as one of her model debuts. Okay, yeah. Spite's new model debut teaser for the model above. Okay. Sure. So she posted, this is August, this is May? What? Oh, I see. So like it's like in a silhouette and you got the flames showing up in the ears, the eyes and the hair highlights is the same thing here, essentially. Same idea. Before and after 6/25/2022, I had an animated version of my Hellhound running to the right as an alert on my stream. I had it on my pre-debut streams as well, but you can see it on my debut here in both colors. Okay. Spite posts animated art of her two Cerberus heads running to the right. I thought she would use this for her alerts too, but I couldn't find any clips of it to prove it. Hers also had fire on the ears, on the paws, brightly colored tail. Okay, sure, possibly. My PNG model that I was using to stream from the year 2021 until my debut in 2022, and it's ultimate blue, sure. Spite posted artwork of her new design by her model artist. Okay. So wait, so you're basically saying this is your PNG model. This is you've been using since 2021. Then in 2022 she posts this, you know? Okay. Holding the arm up with fire, I guess. You're saying that's the copy. The arm on the hip. Tail swishing that same direction. I could see it, yeah. Around the same time as her new model debut, she also started using the fire emoji in her Twitter name. See. So this is from October 2022. Now this is March 2023. Fire shows up. Okay. I've always had the alternative blue fire toggle as part of my design. It was on my reference sheet and the biggest and most well-known gimmick of my original model. I used it frequently on stream. This was before editing and changing model layers was a built-in feature of VTube Studio. See? I made a post emphasizing my two colors, sure. Spite started using an alternate red coloration of her model, which she continued using from then on. I don't know if this was the first time she used it on stream. It could have been earlier, but it's the earliest I could find her posting about it. Okay. Sure, alright. I posted about my two different colored shorts, focusing on two fire colors. Cool. She does the same thing, I guess, you know? Dualia Doggo. Yeah, sure. In 123-2023, Red's first conversation with Nano about Spite was 5 days after Spite's post above. He asked her not to work with her. And Nano gladly agreed not to. Red only told me about this the day after, or only told me about this after it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, but I was okay with it. See, the thing is, like, this whole thing where it's like, Red told me afterwards and I was okay with it, that also kind of sets a precedent where Red now thinks, like, okay, I can do something and maybe you'll agree with it later. So it's easily possible that you agree to the other, you know, your other friends being censored as well. Or not censored, but kind of removed from being able to use Nano. But, and then later maybe you okayed it, but then when it came out that everyone, like, found out about it, then you're like, oh, no, I didn't know anything about this. It's entirely possible. Nano never said anything about this to me at the time. We never talked about Spite. I shared my feelings with Red expressed here since he was the only other one who knew how I felt. What he said about negative comments I was getting was true. This was not included in Nano's or Spite's documents at all since they didn't say anything about it. I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversation with Nano and Spite, about Spite, to try and not make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of my mental state I was in. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement was excluding something or someone specific with working with Nano with Silver. Okay. Sinder was upset over what we both thought was Spite copying her. I saw Spite interacting with Nano, possibly with the intent of trying to work with her. I went to Nano myself and asked her not to without talking to Sinder first. This was about one person and one artist they'd never worked with before, was fine with agreeing to it. As far as I know, it never actually affected Spite. I have never talked about Spite with any other artist, and I'm sorry to her. What do you mean it never affected her? It's like, oh, we heard she was talking with this artist, and we said artists don't work with her. We have no idea if it didn't affect her. Well, for all you know, she was gonna commission something, and then she was not able to commission something. You can argue it didn't affect her because, what, it never got started, but for all you know, she was gonna have an avatar made, and now she didn't. Now she has to go seek someone else. So that would be an effect, believe it or not. All right. I started this conversation with Nano, okay, like it would any other time. This is the same shit we've seen before. One Hellhound exclusive. Yeah. May 10th, 2023, the only other time Red asked about Spite with Nano was in the middle of another conversation we were having about Silvervale. Spite only came up in this conversation because of what Nano said about being moved by Spite. I was talking shit about her with a trusted friend, but I didn't lie to Nano about anything I said. I told her what I believed to be true. I'm sorry to Spite for talking about her like this. Okay, sure. We've seen these comments. Like Red said, Spite came into the chats to introduce herself and gave me bits. Yeah, we've seen that already in this exact same part. 2022, Spite's tweets that Red refers to as DMs with Nano. It was posted on the same day as her ASMR announcement. Okay. I would never strive to be a copy of anyone else. Ultimately, I'm too busy focusing on myself, loving myself, and growing as a content creator. I'm just doing my thing. Yeah, but this is the one instance where it's like, I think you might have copied her with your ASMR post. Granted, I know you did ASMR before, Sinder, but you posting about ASMR, you just said you kind of left your channel to dwindle. You didn't really add anything, and then she posts her advertising for her own ASMR, and then suddenly you're back and doing ASMR stuff. And I know you posted proof that you were working on videos before that point, but I mean, is it really proof? It could be that you were just like, you had those videos ready for a long time, you just never put them out, or you weren't happy with them, or something. I don't know. I'm a little bit suspicious of that part. I think you might have copied her post, or maybe you did it like intending to fuck with her. I don't know. Anyway, my design elements and Neon Tails' claims. As I stated in my apology, I was very possessive and protective over my design and its details before and around the time of my first debut. My fire and its colors changing effect had never been done on a VTuber before and were my most unique design aspect. I was stressed and worried I'd miss out on capitalizing on those features first, since my debut took a year and a half to happen after my character design was finished. Your character design was finished and it took a year and a half to debut? Why? That's bizarre. Alright. I guess, I don't know if they were working on the actual model for a year and a half or what, but despite including an image of her messages from Neon Tales on January 25th, 2023 in her document where she talked about an incident we had over my design. Hey, you popped in my feed, and can I just say I love your design? I had a rather odd question, I suppose. Have you had any message from the VTuber Sinder regarding your design? This may seem out of nowhere, but I'm only asking because I made an OC like a while back, and I was accused by her and others of stealing her design. Because my dog girl had flames in the ears, and her fans claimed that this was exclusive to her design. It was a whole big ordeal on Twitter, so I wondered if anything similar had happened to you yet. I'd like to clarify, I myself am not saying your design looks like hers. I was scrolling, saw your totally awesome design. When I saw the flames near and in the ears, I had flashbacks and thought to myself, oh no. So I guess this is just my curiosity getting the best of me. The situation she referred to, or is referring to, happened in September 2021, 4 years ago, and 9 months before I had debuted my first model. Wait, what? The incident about the flames in the ears happened beforehand? So you didn't even have a model yet, and this flame ear thing was going on? I see. That was very early on in my career, and the first time I had experienced someone copying me and my design. This was settled between us, and we both went our separate ways afterwards. So you're saying they for sure copied you? This was all I said about Neon Tales in my apology. I was wrong about the year this happened, which goes to show my composure at the time of writing it, or just that your attention to detail. That's an excuse. It can go to show your lack of attention to detail, or your lack of care, or you can claim that, oh, it's just my composure. I guess, I don't know. My debut was on 6/25/2022, but this happened on 9/10/2021. What it says on the original apology document is, Neon Tales is an ASMR artist who at one point posted a Hellhound OC for one of her upcoming ASMR videos. And it was undoubtedly created using me as a reference. This was right after my debut, and like I said, I was very protective of my design elements being unique to me, and I overreacted. Shortly after, I apologized, and they agreed to adjust the character design, and I thought the matter was settled. But it wasn't? I wasn't going to say anything more about this and than I did in my apology, but since Neon Tales' own tweet about the situation had almost 500,000 views when I took the screenshot before it was deleted, I'd like to go over her claims and about what happened. Here was the link to her tweet. So they put in here, do we remember when she sent her entire following to attack me because I made an ASMR roleplay with this Hellhound OC and that was copying her? Or how about when she was actively liking tweets calling me names? Of course, we don't remember because she made me delete every tweet regarding it after it happened. She can't make you do anything, bro. But yeah, maybe she did some bitch behavior, but it's stupid to say she made me delete this tweet. You of your own accord deleted those tweets. She cannot, unless she can log in, hack into your account and forcibly delete tweets, she did not make you delete the tweets. This mean girl behavior is not new. Smaller creators like myself were just intimidated into silence, pretending like it never happened. You can just pretend like into silence, just fucking tweet about it. Just put it out there. This was the artwork she presented to the public. It was used in her ASMR video uploaded on 7/19/2022. Is this what you're saying was a copy? Because the fire right there? There's not even a fire on the other ear. It's just on one ear. Huddling your lonely hellhound. Master X servant, clingy, needy, monster, ... However, this artwork of her hellhound is not the one there was a problem. Wait. This artwork of her hellhound character is not the one there was a problem. That's a badly phrased sentence. In 9/9/2021, here is the original quote tweet about this character design on the Wayback Machine in her messages to Spite. She called this character a dog girl when she called this character a dog girl when she called it a hellhound girl here. Okay. Hellhound girl is finished, unsure what to name her. Here is the original artwork. It is not the art he presented in our tweet on 4/26/2025. I was upset with how overall similar this was to my design, not only because of the fire in the ears. Let's see. Well, I know she likes to claim that, But like, has this been a character design in any other character in history before this point? Like, I'm saying exclude. Let's go outside of VTubing. Has there been a character outside of VTubing before this point that used fire in the ears? Like, has that design element been there before? I don't know. But yeah, she might be the first one in the VTubing sphere. Here's my original design for comparison, taken from the reference sheet. Okay. Doesn't look that much alike at all, you know, but just a big bushy fire tail. Maybe the fishnets, I guess, can vaguely give a similar aesthetic. And then, yeah, it looks different enough to me. I don't know why she didn't post the actual artwork. There was a dispute over in her tweet, other than to try and making me look worse. Because the video with the correct artwork, character artwork in it was 1/4/2022, is public on our YouTube channel. This is what the design was edited to look like after we settled things. So, how's it different? She added tattoos or what? No, the tattoos are already there. This is the one that's different, I guess. This is the one that was the problem. Alright. In her tweet, she claimed I sent my entire following to attack her because she made an ASMR roleplay with this Hellhound OC. I made her delete every tweet regarding it after it happened, and states smaller creators like herself were just intimidated into silence. First of all, I didn't send anyone to attack her, and this was long before she made an ASMR roleplay with this OC. She made her tweet with that the character design was finished on 2021. 9/10/2021. Sometime after seeing Neon Tails' tweets, Red messaged an artist friend of ours for advice about it since they dealt with a similar situation in the VTuber scene recently. This was their entire conversation. I don't really care to read it. It was after this that our friend acted on their own and commented on Neon Tails' tweet to defend me, with another couple of our friends joining in. I messaged a friend Red reached out to or after they commented on the tweet. Okay. And in the group chat with that same friend, Red and another friend. Okay. I never sent anyone to attack and harass her or retweet the post or any of the replies. What I did was like my friend's comments and at some point reply myself, although I have no clue what I said back then. Curious. You couldn't find the tweet? What, did you delete it? I messaged Neon Tails the same night to work things out privately, where I allegedly made her delete every tweet regarding it after it happened. The fuck? The blue is you, I guess? You're saying, hi Neon, I'm sorry I didn't message you before replying to your tweet. Yes, this should have been private. Emotions were high and I acted before thinking, but I can't apologize for defending myself or my character. If it was the artist who made your Hellhound look like mine, then I can't blame you for how it went or how it came out. But knowing of me, I feel you would have been able to see the similarities of the two, especially since it ended up looking more like me than your references. Nah, that's... Yeah, I mean, you... Like, Sinder herself admitted in her apology document, her original one, that she went overboard. It's not that similar. Would you be willing to have your artist revise your character differentiator from Sinder? Sorry, it's got a hand. I hope we can move past. It's like... This design here, this character here, is too similar to this character here. No, they're not similar at all. Like, you can call it, they're both Hellhounds, I guess. Hellhound girls, dog girls. And that's kind of it. But okay. I'd say the most unique thing about Sinder are the flames inside her ears and the tail's design. Regardless of the outfit, that's the biggest thing. Below, I said you should be careful with what artists give back to you in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else. It sounds a lot worse reading it back now than I meant it back then. I asked her to remove only the artwork tweet until revisions were made, following by her saying, I'll remove my tweets if you remove yours, which I agreed to. Below, I pointed out that the only people that made rude comments on her post were a few of my friends. She acknowledged I wasn't responsible for what they said. Sure. Damn, you're cringe. Okay. Below, I asked if she'd be tweeting or deleting her replies too, since I already had after she said I'll remove my tweets if you remove yours. Messaged me again on October 18th, 2021 with art revisions. Okay. So this is is this the revised one? Wait, the tattooed one is the revised one? Oh, I guess you can see that. Yeah, this is with the tattoo. So the original didn't have tattoos. The collar was made red. This collar thing on the tail is made red. The belt's made red. She got red accents basically. Then they added the tattoos and they removed the fire from the ears. And instead of flame ears, it is fire earrings. I see. Okay. More proof against the claim that I sent my entire following to attack her. Here's her original tweet from 9/9/2021 before my friends commented on the 10th. You can see it has 3 comments. I guess so. I mean, I don't know what's below the show more replies, but yeah. Oh, is the "you're cringe" the one below? Maybe. And here's one of my friends' comments on their post a day later, 9/10/2021. Their tweet was posted at 5:50 Eastern time. The snapshot shows in Pacific. Okay, cool. I don't care. And searching on Twitter for replies. Why do you choose to end your document with this? This is pathetic. Like, this part is boring, dumb, and not even that relevant. Why did you choose to end your document with this? Like, you could have threw Aruuu and Spite. You could have put them like somewhere in the middle, maybe like above Numi's concert or something. I don't know. Regarding the size of my entire following, she also said smaller creators like herself were just intimidated into silence. I did not intimidate her into silence about this, as is shown in our DMs. And when this happened, we were both creators of similar size. See? Both about 60k, 65k-ish subs. Okay. The entire Neon-Tails was I can't speak. The entire situation with Neon-Tails was sorted out years ago and had no reason to be brought back up. Probably. I'm aware I did not and do not have exclusive right to have fire on my character design, specifically in my ears. It is the most iconic feature, but that doesn't make it only my feature. Your VTuber character design is something that represents you, and in an IP-driven world, your design is more important. Did you copyright it? It's very important to your brand. If it's important, like, if you're this fucking over the top over it, did you copyright it? Maybe you should. Maybe you should look into how to copyright that or trademark it. When someone adds similar details to their own design, or the design looks very inspired by yours, it can feel personal, like they took a part of you for themselves. As I grew, I became less concerned about other VTubers using fire elements like mine. I've seen many new VTubers with fire in their ears, and many adding the swirl too, but fire with a swirl has always been a common trope. While it bummed me out when everything around that detail looked as if it could have been taken from me, I recognize that I probably inspired a lot of people to design themselves that way. Or maybe you guys, what inspired you may have also inspired them. So maybe that didn't even come from you though. Like, you're very full of yourself to think it had to have come from you. I do not and have not held it against any VTubers who have fire in the ears, except for her. Have to change colors or hellhounds or whatever. After moving past my feelings about Spite in 2023. My friends would sometimes come to me about VTubers they'd seen that they thought were copying my fire features like here, which made me feel justified and feeling bad about it, like I wasn't alone. Nobody likes to feel like someone is copying or ripping off something as personal as their VTuber design. Not me, not Spite, and I'm sure not Silvervale as well. Or either, whatever. At some point before I took this screenshot above, this friend deleted a message that I replied to, which is shown in this image from the day these messages were sent. I don't know when or why they deleted it. The hour discrepancy in the time of these screenshots was because I was at an airport in Central Time at the time. Okay, cool. I have friends with fire on them. Okay, Jesus Christ. No, you care more about this fire shit than anyone else does. For fuck's sake. This is your autistic passion, I guess. Cool, fire ears, cool, got it. Like, Jesus. I remember having another conversation about being happy about another friend having fires, but I think it was in the person last year, it wasn't in our DMs. Here's another one of my friends. Okay, I don't need you to prove you have friends with fire ears. That's so fucking retarded. Jesus Christ. Alright. Moving on. We're on the second to last page. So all we've got now is message to the Power Pups and then looking ahead. Both of which are 1 page or less. Alright. So, message to the Power Pups. So after all that, after the breakdown, after going into detail, after all the context, she addresses her audience here. Okay. To any current or former Pyro Pups, I'm sorry to each and every one of you that I've disappointed. I can imagine what it must have felt like to have someone look up to be revealed as a monster and your community torn apart. I made a poorly put together statement and disappeared, leaving you all angry, confused, and lost. Many of you lost faith in me. I'm sorry I haven't said anything sooner, but I hope now you can at least understand why. I received messages from many Pyro Pups who were hurt. Some of these people I personally knew and had met in person. It broke my heart hearing how many of them viewed me after this. Wait. It broke my heart hearing how many of them viewed me after this. Viewed you? What? Okay. Can you at least fucking spell check your your final message? Or one of your final messages? The message to your own audience? Wait. It broke my heart hearing how many of them viewed me after this, but I understand. Yeah, okay. I read that correctly. It's just, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Unless she means like she streamed again and then like got less views. So like seeing how many viewed her upset her, but I don't think that's what she means. To any Pyro Pups who choose not to support me after going forward, I can accept that. Thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. I'm glad I can be your Okami Oshi for the time I was. I only ask that you continue to love and support your new favorite creators the same way you did for me. I've gotten lots of messages from Pyro Pups in support of me, encouraging me to go on. To those of you who've continued to believe in me, thank you. I appreciate you keeping the fire of the community burning all this time. I've read your messages and they've given me the hope that I can make it through this. You've shown me that there's something to come back to. That includes the moderators who stuck around and managed my Discord and the community in my absence. I can't thank you enough for your help keeping everyone together. To anyone who sent hate or harassment in support of me, quote unquote, you are not a Pyro Pup. You are not my fan. You are deplorable, disgusting. Oh, they're deplorables. I do not want anything to do with you. I've never condoned or encouraged that behavior from anyone for any reason, and the circumstances haven't made me sacrifice my morals. That goes for anyone who does the same after this document is posted. What's done is done, and regardless of what I've said in this document, it's not an excuse to harass anyone named here. Leave them alone, or you will be removed from my community. I want to sincerely apologize again to anyone who has been affected by these people. The Power Pups have been the best community God damn, why can't I read? God damn it. The Pyro Pups have been the best community I could have ever asked for, and I've been incredibly lucky to have them. They have never been just numbers to me. I love going live and talking to them for hours on end. Hanging out with them made me smile when I was upset, and they've always been there for me. They're the reason why I was ever able to do any of the cool things I could. Not only have they shown me immense kindness for the time I've been streaming, they could have done the same for each other. Or they have done the same for each other. Goddamn. They have each other's backs. Help each other when they can, encourage each other, and are a positive force to anyone they interact with. I'm happy I could inspire them to do good, make friends, and tap into their creativity. They're all so talented, and I'm grateful for the vast amount of fan art I've gotten from them too, even if they aren't supporting me anymore, or if I was no longer around. I know now that being a Pyro Pup will continue to mean much more than just being a fan of mine. They're incredibly strong, loving, and I'm very proud of them. I will always be indebted to them for everything they've done for me. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you, I guess, is basically what this is saying. And then Red here, I don't think Red should... This is not the time for Red to say anything, honestly. Red should go the fuck away. He should hide. He should just not be saying anything, but here's what he says. Hey gang, I need to apologize to you all too. it's my fault any of this happened in the first place. That's not true. You're partially to blame, but she did some shit herself, bro. My mistake sent Cinder into hiding and left you all questioning what to do. I'm sorry I caused all of this. I hope you can all still support Cinder and the projects we create in the future. Thank you to those who've stuck around. Your support has been a big help. Wow. Wow. Okay then. Well, we'll move on to the last and the final page, looking ahead. Okay. Earlier this year, my world fell apart. I lost my friends, my fans, and opportunities I could have only ever dreamed of. But sometimes things need to fall apart in order to rebuild them back better. I'm choosing to look on the bright side. I needed something to break me out of my cycle of working all day, every day, and adjust my lifestyle for a healthier work-life balance. This was a long overdue reminder that the friends I've made should have been the most important thing in the world to me. And I should have put more time and energy into my relationships with them outside of the work we did together. They were supposed to be by my side even when I'm not Cinder anymore, and I lost sight of that in my never-ending pursuit of the next big thing. It forced me to recognize that through my own actions or inaction, I was hurting people that only ever wanted the best for me. If ever given the chance, I don't plan on making that mistake again. Despite everything that's happened, I forgive my friends. Oh, come on now. You should probably say sorry to your friends, not I forgive you. I hate that, like, I fucked up. I forgive you guys, though. That's stupid. Don't do that. Come on. I don't hold anything against my friends who aren't involved. The artists who I've worked with, business partners, former mods, for anything they did after this all happened, I'm sorry for how they were affected by all of this. I've had more than enough time to think everything over and over again. Obviously, the root cause of almost everything that happened was because of poor communication between Red and I, between me and my friends, and between them and me, and poor decisions made under pressure. I was under pressure from Red about his feelings about Bao that made me distance myself from her, pressure on myself that made me choose V-Card over going to Nui's concert, and pressure from harassment and my insecurities that led me to cutting off Silvervale from Nano's models. Wait, so okay. Let me get this right. You're under immense pressure. You got pressure from Red. You got pressure from various other things. From Silver. But Nano can't be pressured? You don't think it's possible that you pressured Nano? You won't even admit to pressuring Nano yourself? You won't even admit that you and Red pressured Nano into like something that was pseudo-exclusive, even before the exclusivity deal? To the point that they felt they needed to go to a third party in order to distance themselves from you? Because they didn't think they could communicate directly with Red or with you anymore without being pressured into the same relationship they were already trying to get out of? No, of course not. No, of course not. Nano is an evil mastermind manipulator, and you guys were pressured. Actually, Nano pressured you guys, right? Is that where you're going to go with this? No, probably not. But but it's insane how much they'll talk about pressure. Cinder will talk about how she was pressured, but she'll never give benefit of the doubt to Nano being pressured. She'll never say Nano might have felt pressured. She won't even say, I can see why Nano felt pressured, but we weren't trying to pressure her. No, there's no reason she would have been pressured. We treated her so good, is what they keep doing. So it's funny that she uses this excuse for herself and Red, but she won't allow Nano that same excuse. Anyway, sorry. Red and I both had plenty of time to talk things out with people, and neither of us did. Everything that was made public could have been settled privately. This has set an awful precedent for the entirety of the VTuber community, which I feel has become more divisive and drama-filled since this happened. I don't think you're that important. But okay. I've always had problems communicating with people. I will do my best to be more open in what I'm thinking about, or what I'm thinking and feeling to them, even if it's difficult to avoid any other situations like this from ever happening again. Red and I have both made mistakes. We aren't perfect people, but we aren't evil either. Nano's evil, though. Nano's an evil mastermind. We're going to try to contact anyone we owe an apology to personally, even if an apology to them was in this document. Are you going to apologize to Nano? Are you going to... That's a good question, right? Are you going to apologize to Nano? Will you be reaching out to apologize to Nano? You probably should. And hope to move on. Of course you want to move on. I don't blame the internet for being the internet, making memes at my expense, and countless news and drama channels farming this for views. It's just business. Oh, she said the thing. and this is just another Google Document. But I didn't want to hide from this for the rest of my life, and I couldn't let my legacy be decided by anyone other than myself. There was nothing else for me to say, and I could finally look ahead. I'm ready to return to doing what I love, even if it's on a smaller scale. I want to stream again. I want to create again. I want to inspire people again. I want to be someone people can look up to again. I love being a VTuber, and I love being Sinder. Thank you for reading. Thank you for waiting. Same. All right, and that's how she closes it. I think it's kind of pathetic that in your final words, in your final page, final words of your 1,000-page document, you say I'm willing to forgive my friends rather than I apologize to my friends. I mean, you kind of threw an apology in there somewhere, but you kind of, when you mix an apology with I forgive what you guys did, you're undercutting your apology. Like, the time and time again, Sinder has proved that she has this narcissistic, like, I don't know how to phrase it. She has this narcissistic streak where she can't help. Every time she's accused of something, every time she has to like apologize for something, anytime she has to hold herself accountable for anything, it's always she has to relate it to someone else. She has to relate it to something someone else did. She can't just admit she fucked up. It has to be I fucked up, but I was under pressure. Red was pressuring me. Red did this and I didn't know. Or, Bao didn't lose anything. No, she was... Nano didn't actually cancel anything. No, maybe Nano's a freak. Maybe Nano's an evil mastermind. Nano did it over herself. We treated her well. We didn't actually do anything. Like, you can't just say, I'm sorry, and then leave it at that. You can't just say, I'm sorry, I fucked up, I'm gonna be better. No, it has to be added with many caveats and, like, bullshit thrown in. Like... I don't know. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And I would say, okay, so, my final thoughts on this are essentially... Well, I guess I should throw in there that... So, at the end of this, Sinder did, at some point, on October 14th, they put out this message saying, she'll be streaming again. This was, well, as I'm doing this recording right now, this is the 17th. So, this was 3 days ago. Or, I guess, sorry. He posted this on the 14th, she was streaming on the 15th. So 2 days ago, she was streaming. Her return stream, so. But overall, I'd say, based on everything I've read, for the last, like, fucking, I don't know how many hours, it's like almost 18 hours or so. This 1,000-page Google Doc was just to waste time, I feel like. I feel like I wasted my time. Honestly, like, it doesn't change anything. Nothing was changed from the first apology document, really. I still view her exactly the same way. I honestly think her first apology was better than this. Her first apology document actually seemed to concede more, whereas this one walked back everything. Well, nearly everything. And the fact that, so the first apology in 27 of April 2025, she kind of made Red a scapegoat, pushed it all on him, and then said, I'm not talking to him anymore. He's no longer my manager. And essentially said, hey, I'm done with that. I'm walking away for a bit. Now she talks to Red again in the meantime, and then makes another document where it's like, no, Red's pretty innocent of most things. I'm pretty innocent of most things. I'm going to walk back that apology. That's bullshit. That's pretty bullshit. And I think, basically, if you didn't like Sinder from reading the first document, this document's not going to change that. That's kind of the summary, is this document is not going to change that. It doesn't really change any of the allegations that much, if at all. She's still guilty of what she was guilty of before. She just thinks that if I spam them with, if I spam context for 1,000 pages, no one's going to want to read all that. They're going to just assume that there's a wealth of information, therefore she must be innocent, right? There's just so many pages, she must be innocent. But that's not the case. It's not the case. It's a waste of time. And, I don't know. It's pretty bad. But people will forget, or not forget, but people will move on. She'll move on. She's moving on. She's just doing her next stream already, obviously. She'll move on. People will move on. It'll be mostly forgotten at some point. But, I don't know. I think she's a bad person, mostly. Mostly a bad person. I mean, You know, people fuck up, but I think her mentality is fucked. She's a narcissist. And I can understand why people wouldn't want to forgive her, especially for what she did. And especially because she doesn't seem to want to take accountability. And Red's an asshole. Red's a manipulative asshole. She's a manipulative asshole. And they covered for each other and pretended like they weren't manipulating anyone. They want to claim they didn't manipulate, didn't pressure, they didn't do any of that. And if you make if you make more art for other people, Nano, it makes mine feel less special, and that means nothing. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing. We didn't mean anything by that, even though we said it multiple times. And whenever we defend it, we bring back up the same exact defense, basically reiterating it. But we didn't mean anything by that. Come on now. That right there is, to me, the most insulting thing. Because it's like, we can all read what you're saying. We can all read what Red's saying. We know exactly what that means, even when you want to pretend like you're not explicitly saying it, so therefore, you're not saying it. We're not stupid. We can read into that, right? Anyway. In closing, waste of time. Waste of time, pill pull, just to waste everyone. Gish Gallop, you know, she's Gish Galloping everyone with insane amount of pages because she knows no one's going to read all that. She can claim like something's in there and no one's going to check. Someone can make a claim that it says this and she's like, no, it doesn't. And then no one's going to check for proof in that. Yeah. So, yeah. It's a Gish Gallop. It is bullshit. It is, it doesn't change anything. And she's still just as much guilty as she was before. But she's going to try and move past that. Because there's still money to be made. It's just business after all. Right, guys? Right. Anyway, thanks for watching. Peace out. Peace.